Chapter 2862. My goodness, isn't this the same as a nascent soul? Xiao Hua froze for a moment, then thought, if other primordial spirits are like this, then this young master will have nearly 10 nascent souls. Wait until this young master's divine ability reaches the great success stage. If anyone dares to compete with this young master will swarm them and beat them to death. Xiao Hua laughed loudly, urging his primordial spirit to deal with the disobedient bone staff. The green primordial spirit's entire body shook, and countless soul strands extended from his body, completely covering the bone staff. Then, before Xiao Hua could think of anything else, a faint green light was emitted from the primordial spirit, and transmitted to the bone staff according to the rhythm Xiao Hua had seen in the clear spirit heaven. Following the flickering of this light, the bone staff began to tremble strangely. When the bone staff's trembling was the same rhythm as the green light, the green primordial spirit reached out and placed his hand on the bone staff that was taller than him. The entire bone staff rapidly shrank, turning into a small cube, and fell into the green primordial spirit's hand. Then, the soul strands around the green primordial spirit pulled on Xiao Hua's Dharma eye imprint, and with a whoosh, entered Xiao Hua's mind, following the soul strands, and disappeared into the mysterious dark clouds. Xiao Hua was dumbfounded. Truly dumbfounded. Yes, the green primordial spirit's subsequent actions weren't driven by him at all. It was only after the primordial spirit had done that he had some awareness and understood. Even the green primordial spirit's final return to the mysterious dark clouds wasn't his command at all. This is bad, this is bad. Seeing such a situation, how could Xiao Hua not know that things were already showing signs of going out of his control? There is life and death in the lightning tribulation, this primordial spirit. Could it be that it has its own life? Xiao Hua temporarily couldn't think about the bone staff's function, and his back was sweating a little. Just now, he was still thinking about having 10 primordial spirits to fight with him, but now that he really saw such signs, he was afraid instead. 10 primordial spirits with their own independent thought. That's 10 Xiao Huas. This. Who should he listen to? Who was the real Xiao Hua? Maybe one day, the 10 Xiao Huas would fight by themselves first. Damn it, little white dragon, you've caused this young master to be miserable. Thinking of the future consequences, especially when he thought of the primordial spirit splitting technique from Master Ming Ming and Li Shoubai, had already begun to come true, Xiao Hua couldn't help but howl. Hurry up and wake me up. Xiao Hua thought as he urged his primordial spirit to rush into the mysterious dark clouds, wanting to find little white dragon's soul. However, just as his consciousness entered the Ring of Heavens, he saw that in the center of the Ring of Heavens, there was an emerald green ball of light emitting a faint brilliance. That brilliance was formed from tiny green seal characters, and it was like an extremely pure emerald that illuminated the entire Ring of Heaven. Xiao Hua couldn't care less about the strange bone staff. Xiao Hua's mind was about to rush into clear spirit sky. Unfortunately, Xiao Hua's mind had only just brushed past the green brilliance when the light exploded with a loud bang. The sound was like a thunderclap, and even more so like a landslide, shaking the entire clear spirit sky. What emerged from the light were dozens of huge green seal characters. These green seal characters were so vast in the clear spirit sky that they practically covered the entire clear spirit sky. Moreover, the green seal characters rotated from time to time, twisting from time to time, disintegrating from time to time, and gathering from time to time. Waves of desolate aura, waves of indescribable mystery 9 were born from these green seal characters. Motherfucker tilde at this point, Xiao Hua naturally couldn't go to the pure spirit heaven anymore. He hurriedly urged his soul strands and prepared to touch these green seal characters like before. At this moment, at the place where the green seal characters exploded, where there was still a ball of green light, Xiao Hua's green primordial spirit appeared strangely. As soon as this primordial spirit appeared, the soul strands around its body waved and pointed at the green seal characters dancing in the sky. Just like before, every time the soul strands touched a green seal character, the green seal character would emit a green light and slowly shrink. Along with the soul strands, it entered. Yes, it entered the body of the green primordial spirit. However, as the green seal characters entered the green primordial spirit, Xiaohua's mind also had a strange feeling. Moreover, the green seal character's information also appeared in his mind. At this time, the ring of aura sky was truly like a changing heaven and earth. The green seal character's flickering was like a heavenly phenomenon that could move mountains and overturn seas. The green seal character's dancing was like the transformation of the sea into mulberry fields. It was as if all the changes in the world were appearing in the ring of aura sky, and the center of all these changes was the green primordial spirit. Looking at the green primordial spirit dancing in the ring of aura sky, Xiaohua looked pensive. Why didn't the bone staff change when this primordial spirit sent it into the ring of aura sky? Instead, this bone staff can only change when the mind enters it. Why did this primordial spirit sense the green seal characters in the mind when it received them? Why did this primordial spirit not come out from clear spirit sky until the mind entered the ring of aura sky? As Xiaohua pondered, he gradually came to a conclusion. All kinds of signs indicated that the master of this mysterious dark cloud was still his mind. This green primordial spirit still couldn't control the entire mysterious dark cloud. Perhaps the other primordial spirits are also like this. Xiaohua's heart settled. No matter what, there has to be a distinction between the primary and the secondary. Otherwise, wouldn't it be a complete mess? As Xiaohua pondered, the green light in the ring of aura sky gradually disappeared. The green seal characters that filled the sky also gradually disappeared. In the end, they turned into 50 that revolved around the green primordial spirit. However, these green seal characters didn't seep into the primordial spirit. Xiaohua's mind was calm. He urged the 50 soul strands in the ring of aura sky to slowly touch the 50 green seal characters. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The green seal characters suddenly exploded again and swarmed into the green primordial spirit's body. In an instant, an enormous amount of information rushed into Xiaohua's mind. The Shaman Codex. This information entered Xiaohua's mind. Xiaohua was suddenly shocked. This is, however, when Xiaohua tried to find out more about the Sorcerer Codex, he realized that he only knew that it was a Sorcerer Codex. Apart from the green seal script recorded in the Sorcerer Codex, he was still clueless about everything else. This information was related to the 50 green seal characters. Moreover, the content of this information was somewhat different from the green seal characters that Xiaohua had previously obtained. Or rather, it was completely incompatible with Xiaohua's current understanding. If Xiaohua wanted to obtain something from this information, he was afraid that he would have to spend some effort to comprehend it. Damn it, what is this? If Xiaohua's mind could smile bitterly, he would definitely force out a smile. He had obviously obtained a treasure, but the content was something that he couldn't understand. Wasn't this the legendary entering a treasure mountain and returning empty-handed? What else can I do? This wasn't the first time Xiaohua had encountered this kind of situation. After all, his cultivation was still too shallow. Even though he had the strength of a nascent soul realm cultivator, in front of the mysteries of heaven and earth, he was inferior to an insignificant ant. The primordial spirit disappeared. That Shaman Codex also disappeared. When Xiaohua regained his senses, the Shaman Codex that had caused the astronomical changes in the ring of aura sky had already disappeared. I'm afraid that the primordial spirit was sent into the clear spirit heaven again. Xiaohua somewhat understood. This Shaman Codex could only be opened in the soul. Moreover, it could only be opened layer by layer. Without his mind, the primordial spirit clone was powerless. Sure enough, when Xiaohua's mind rushed into the clear spirit heaven, the Shaman Codex once again exploded. Another 50 green seal characters appeared from the Shaman Codex. Moreover, when the Shaman Codex revealed the astronomical changes, the entire clear spirit heaven was directly expanded by 2 times. Unfortunately, this kind of opportunity seemed to only belong to Xiaohua. Little White Dragon's soul seemed to have not heard this at all and was not affected in the slightest. Moreover, when the 50 green seal characters entered the body of the primordial spirit, a layer of green clothing appeared outside the primordial spirit. The style was actually somewhat similar to the clothing worn by millions of Meng Mountain's soul warriors. Moreover, The 100 green seal characters even turned into dots of fluorescent light outside the primordial spirit's body. Following the fluctuations of the primordial spirit's green light, the faint brilliance was like twinkling starlight. This shaman codex gave birth to 50 green seal characters in both the sky ring and sky clear spirit heaven. Among them, I already knew some of the green seal characters, but I don't know most of them. In other words, when the cultivation of the 9 heavens of spirit origin is completed, this shaman codex can give birth to 450 green seal character. Perhaps the soul cultivator's green seal characters are only 450. My goodness, these 450 green seal characters can be separated. Moreover, 2, 3, 4, and so on can be combined into new green seal characters. In other words, all soul cultivators' soul techniques can be produced from these 450 green seal characters. What a soul warrior needs to do is to find the method to combine different green seal characters into a soul warrior. Xiao Hua seemed to have understood. This kind of strange cultivation method is really unimaginable for us Dao sect cultivators. It seems like this shaman codex is really the most precious treasure of Meng Mountain. Thinking of this, Xiao Hua felt a little embarrassed. If I got it from someone else, I would naturally be secretly happy, but this is Xiao Mao's. He didn't know the importance of this shaman codex and gave it to me, but I can't pretend that I don't know. I'll ask Grandmaster Pu Qin about it later. If it doesn't work, I'll just return it to Xiao Mao. After getting the shaman codex, Xiao Hua naturally had the thought of dragging the bone ball into the mysterious dark cloud. But this thought only flashed through his mind for a moment. After all, the soul was very important. Just now, Xiao Hua was also a little impulsive, so he ruthlessly threw the shaman codex into the mysterious dark cloud. Fortunately, this was just the shaman codex, and only the green seal characters were recorded in it. Also, the usage of these green seal characters was not a real soul tool. However, these green seal characters were able to cause a great disturbance in both the sky ring and sky clear spirit heaven. If this bone ball was really a powerful soul tool, wouldn't it destroy his 9 heavens of spirit origin? If that happened, perhaps Xiao Hua wouldn't even have the chance to cry. -11. Chapter 2863. Xiao Hua's back broke out in a cold sweat at the thought of this. His arrogant guts shrunk in an instant. He finally understood why those cultivators with high cultivation were so cowardly. Han Zhu, for example, knew that there were many things he needed in the Buddhist ruins. But even after cultivating for so long, he still didn't dare to go there. That was because he knew that the Buddhist ruins were filled with danger. Without absolute confidence, he absolutely couldn't set foot in there. If it was him, he would have already barged in and turned into a skeleton by now. He didn't even know which soul weapon he'd become. Immediately after, Xiao Hua stopped being distracted and sat cross-legged on the praying mat. As he circulated the sun-shrouding technique, he concentrated on comprehending the 100 or so green seal text. Strands of obscure comprehension were born from the green seal text from time to time, and a feeling of scratching his ears and cheeks involuntarily arose in his heart. Xiao Hua was meditating. The 2 Dao sect cultivators on his left were also meditating. Li Zongbao held the slaughtering immortal whip in his hand. The slaughtering immortal whip in his hand flashed with a faint golden light. This golden light was like a bamboo shoot after the rain, slowly rising. Every time it grew taller, the golden light would grow a little brighter. Li Zongbao's face would also darken a few times. But even though the golden light of the slaughtering immortal whip was faint, the traces of blood within it could be seen clearly. It was the blood that changed according to Li Zongbao's expression. Sometimes it was dense, sometimes it was sparse, and sometimes it was dense. It looked a little strange. As for Fairy Hong Xia, the phoenix token flew to her forehead and resonated with the phoenix mark between her eyebrows. Rings of 5-colored brilliance were produced from the phoenix token and landed on the mark. The mark gradually danced and slowly penetrated Fairy Hong Xia's body. After her entire body was bathed in the 5-colored brilliance, the 5-colored brilliance went straight into the phoenix mark and into the phoenix token. The brilliance of the phoenix token shone even brighter, and the phoenix mark became even clearer. Even Fairy Hong Xia's jade-like skin became even more lustrous. The 3 Dao sect cultivators were bitterly cultivating, but the 2 soul cultivators were not. Ziming was lazily sitting on a bone bed with the soulful lamp placed in front of her. Her beautiful eyes were fixed on the pitch-black soulful lamp, as if her gaze was being sucked in by it. Ziming's beautiful eyebrows were tightly knitted together, like ice that hadn't melted in tens of thousands of years. Ziming wasn't happy about the fact that the soulful lamp was about to be repaired. Unlike Ziming, Master Qin Qin was also sitting under a huge, withered tree. The bright moonlight shone through the dark clouds and into the valley. It also shone through the branches of the tree and fell on Master Qin Qin's face. Master Qin Qin's expression was very strange. It was as if she had lost her soul, but also as if she was both happy and worried. She was even a little worried. After the time it took to eat a meal, the moonlight left Master Qin Qin's face. Master Qin Qin raised her head slightly, and her pair of dazed eyes gradually regained their luster and even clarity. Sigh tilde, she let out a long sigh. Perhaps the moon rises and sets, day goes and night comes, and the tides rise and fall like this. Then, Master Qin Qin seemed to inadvertently look at a place in the valley. She paused for a moment, then stood up and left the huge tree. The place Master Qin Qin was looking at was pitch black. Other than the night wind, there was no other movement. For a cultivator, 3 days was like the passing of a white horse. Before Xiao Hua could scratch his head, he sensed that someone was calling him from outside the cave. Sigh, when will this young master be able to go into seclusion for a few years in peace? Xiao Hua had no choice but to come out of his meditation. Although the green seal text was still being comprehended by his primordial spirit, that wonderful feeling was gone. Thinking about the process of something that was incomparably pleasant, but only let you participate in the result, no matter who it was, their heart would be filled with resentment. Xiao Hua withdrew the capital star array and walked out of the cave. Qing Ming was standing respectfully at the entrance of the cave. He was not as cold as he was when Xiao Hua saw him that day. Young Master Xiao. Qing Ming followed Ziming's greeting and said, Master has already gone to the soul refining cave. Young Master, please follow. Then, he looked up at the time, in about an hour, Master will start crafting soul tools. Oh! Xiao Hua tilted his head and smiled, Master crafting soul tools, needs to pick an auspicious day? That's not the case. Qing Ming smiled apologetically, at noon, soul warriors are full of vitality and hundreds of ghosts will avoid them. It is the best time for us soul warriors to craft soul tools. Thank you for your advice. Xiao Hua was somewhat enlightened. His feet didn't stop to rest as he followed Qing Ming along the valley. After walking for a while, Qing Ming smiled and said, Young Master Xiao should know how to fly, right? Let's fly over, don't let Master wait anxiously. Oh! Soul cultivators can also fly? Xiao Hua was slightly taken aback. That's right. Ever since Xiao Hua saw a soul cultivator riding a soul beast and fighting against a swordsman outside of Million Meng Mountains, he had seen many soul cultivators inside Million Meng Mountains. However, even G-Man, the candidate of Hutu's stronghold, Ziming, had never flown before. He had relied on his soul beast to fly. If Daoist cultivators can fly, we soul warriors of Meng Mountains can naturally fly too. Qing Ming smiled and took out a soul tool. He chanted an incantation. The soul tool flashed with a green light and wrapped around Qing Ming. His body immediately flew forward like a feather. His body was as agile as the flying technique of ordinary cultivators. Xiao Hua's face was a little hot. He also circulated his magic power and followed behind Qing Ming. A faint green light flashed under Qing Ming's feet. It was more imposing than Xiao Hua's light. I'm sorry, Xiao Hua said embarrassedly, since I came to Million Meng Mountains, I've seen many soul cultivators, but I've never seen them fly. They all ride soul beasts, so, hey, not flying doesn't mean you can't fly. Qing Ming smiled and said, my Meng Mountains soul technique is a little different from your Daoist sect's magic. Your Daoist sect's cultivation technique, as long as you cultivate to a certain stage, you will naturally use a magic. But for my Meng Mountains soul cultivators, cultivation technique is cultivation technique, soul technique is soul technique, they have nothing to do with each other. Oh, I understand now. Xiao Hua immediately understood. No wonder he didn't know any soul technique even though he practiced the 9 heavens of spirit origin to the stage of pure spirit heaven. But, it seems, the cultivation techniques I cultivate are also like this, right? Hihi, actually, what Grandmaster said is not completely correct. Xiao Hua replied with a smile, some cultivation techniques come with magic, but many cultivation techniques don't have the corresponding magic. Oh, I understand. Qing Ming didn't intend to ask further and nodded slightly. Not long after, under Qing Ming's lead, Xiao Hua came to a hillside where the sun was rising. In front of the hillside, Grandmaster Qin Qin and Zi Ming were already waiting. There were also a few other disciples of Grandmaster Qin Qin. Li Zongbao and Fairy Hongxia were not beside them. Daoist Xiao. At this moment, Grandmaster Qin Qin had already regained her calmness. When she saw Xiao Hua flying over, she raised her head and called out. Young Master Xiao Tilda Ziming also had a smile on his face. It was a far cry from the miserable look he had a few days ago. I'm late, please forgive me. Xiao Hua cupped his hands and said with a smile. Since you're here, you're not late. Grandmaster Qin Qin said with a smile, this old one has refined swords with a few blacksmiths from Sword Domain. This is the first time I'm refining a soul tool with a Daoist sect alchemist. If there's any mistake, please advise me. Ayo, I don't dare. Xiao Hua hurriedly waved his hand. Grandmaster is a grandmaster. This little one is just observing, not saying a single word. No, Daoist Xiao is wrong. Master Qin Qin shook her head. The crafting of the soul tool this time is a little different. If there are any mistakes, Daoist Xiao must take action. Moreover, during the refining process, this old man will also have some questions to discuss with Daoist Master Xiao. Oh! Xiao Hua somewhat understood why Master Ni Qin wanted him to participate in the restoration of the lost soul lamp. I'll leave this matter to young Master Xiao. Ziming hurriedly said. If you need my help, I'll definitely do my best. Xiao Hua hurriedly agreed. Then, he asked, did Grandmaster not inform my 2 Dao friends? Haha, other than weapon refinement masters, no one else is allowed to enter this soul refining cave. It's useless for them to come. Master Qin Qin said with a smile. Rather than that, it's better to let them cultivate in the cave. At this point, Master Qin Qin hesitated for a moment. She waved her hand to have Qing Ming and the other disciples leave. After thinking for a moment, she said, also, that Li Zongbao's cultivation is a little off. His soul and bloodline are a little strange. I'm afraid the magic treasure he's using is causing a backlash. The backlash from the magic treasure is already beyond what he can control. If we don't correct it soon, it'll cause a disaster. Does Grandmaster have a better plan? Xiao Hua was shocked. Then, he asked Master Qin Qin with great admiration. This old man has a few ideas. This is also one of the reasons why this old man invited Daoist Xiao to refine the soul tool. Master Qin Qin smiled. However, the root of his problem is his magic treasure. Although this old man's idea can treat the symptoms, it can't treat the root of the problem. It's best to start with young Master Li's magic treasure. Hearing this, Xiao Hua was convinced by Master Qin Qin's magnanimity. Not wanting to hide anything, he smiled. I won't hide it from Grandmaster Qin Qin. The spirit treasure Senior Li is talking about was made by this old man. However, because the spirit treasure is new, it hasn't been cultivated yet. Moreover, he used the spirit treasure again and again to fight with swordsmen and soul warriors. That's why his soul was damaged. This was also because he had no choice. Daoist Xiao? Master Qin Qin's mouth opened wide in astonishment. Spirit treasure? Ziming was also dumbfounded. Young Master Xiao can actually refine spirit treasures? Haha, I'm sorry. Xiao Hua said with a smile. I just happened to come across it by chance and was lucky enough to successfully refine it. Oh, actually, it can't be considered a successful refinement. It's more like a successful repair. -11. Chapter 2864. Following that, Xiao Hua roughly explained the reason for the slaughter immortal whip. Although Xiao Hua downplayed it and emphasized the restoration, but even so, Master Ni Qin's expression became much more respectful. Nonsense, an alchemist who could refine the rejuvenation pill, an alchemist who could refine spirit tools, both identities were worthy of the respect of ordinary people, not to mention that these two identities fell on the same person. In fact, Master Qin almost had to address Xiao Hua as senior. This is really Hutu great god's arrangement. Master Ni Qin sighed, her eyes seemed to have a kind of determination. At this crucial moment, she sent Daoist Xiao to this old one, and this old one also asked Daoist Xiao to restore the fallen soul lamp under Hutu great god's arrangement. If this fallen soul lamp cannot be restored, this old one will not have the face to see Hutu great god again. Young Master Xiao, you. Ziming said a few words, did not know what to say, finally pursed her lips and said, "Can you give this concubine a few more surprises?" "Of course, let's wait and see." Xiao Hua blinked his eyes and said very proudly. Ziming pursed her lips and said, "This concubine only now knows why Zai is so respected by young Master Xiao, even this concubine feels familiar with young Master Xiao at first sight." "Hehe, as long as it is not at first sight," Xiao Hua said very casually, but just as he said those two words, he felt that it was inappropriate, not to mention Master Ni Qin, just based on Ziming's identity as Zai's twin sister, he could not say those words out loud. But obviously, Ziming had heard it, although her face did not turn red, but the corner of her mouth revealed a smile without a doubt. "Hehe, Master, when will we enter the soul-refining cave?" Xiao Hua hurriedly changed the topic. In a moment. Master Ni Qin raised her head and looked at the scorching sun that was about to reach the top of their heads, and said with some expectation, "This matter will trouble Master." Ziming clapped her hands, took out the fallen soul lamp from the brocade bag and handed it to Master Ni Qin. This old one had 40% confidence before, now with Daoist Xiao's help, this old one feels that all of a sudden, this old one feels that it is 90%. Master Hua Qin extended her hand to take it, and held on to the middle of the fallen soul lamp, and said, "A blacksmith who can repair spirit weapons, repairing spirit treasures shouldn't be a problem." "Don't." Grandmaster Xiao Hua anxiously waved his hands. Xiao Kuku has never seen a spirit cultivator refine equipment before, and doesn't even know what a spirit treasure is. How can you repair a spirit treasure? I'm just observing, just observing. There's a saying in the Tao sect, all arts return to origin. Master Ni Qin said with a smile. Actually, isn't artifact refinement also called all artifacts return to origin? It didn't matter if it was a spirit item, a sword item, or a soul item. In the end, they all had the same power and had the same use. They didn't have to be different. It's just that the refining process is different and the materials used are different. Good Xiao Hua agreed, it's just as the master said. Just now, when I saw Master Qingming's flying technique, I felt that it was true. It doesn't matter if a Daoist uses magic power to fly, a swordsman uses a flying sword to fly, or a soul warrior uses soul force to fly. As long as one can fly, the result will be the same. With that said, Xiao Hua smiled and asked Ziming, "Ziming, can you and Ziyi fly? Why do you always use soul beasts?" Ziming smiled and muttered something. Then, a faint green light flashed. White light and wisps of white mist appeared from Ziming's feet. Ziming's body flew gracefully from the mountain slope into the air. After circling in the air for a while, he landed back down. It's just as young Master Xiao said. Flying as a soul cultivator consumes soul power. Although this soul power can last for a long time, it's not easy to replenish. It can't be compared to the magic power of a cultivator, Ziming explained with a smile. Moreover, every soul cultivator has a soul beast. Since soul beasts can fly, why do we have to fly ourselves? Indeed, Xiao Hua understood. It's just like the people of the secular world. They can walk with their legs, they can also walk with their carriages. Since they have carriages, why do they have to walk with their own legs? Right, Ziming smiled. He pointed his finger at the sky and said, "Young Master Xiao, you shouldn't ask any more questions. Please enter the cave." Good, good, good. Xiao Hua laughed. He cupped his hands and said, "Master Ni Qin, please lead the way." Please Master Ni Qin didn't stand on ceremony. She took the lead and walked towards a small cave on the mountain slope. "Thank you for your trouble." Ziming cupped her hands towards Xiao Hua. It was as if she wanted to entrust the soul lamp to Xiao Hua and not Master Ni Qin. Xiao Hua slightly nodded. With a smile on his face, he also turned around and followed Master Ni Qin. Only Ziming was left standing under the sun. She let the blazing heat shine on her face. It was as if only this light could dispel the worries in her heart. Her eyes were fixed on Xiao Hua's back. She was waiting for Xiao Hua's back to disappear into the cave. Xiao Hua was actually calm. This matter of repairing the soul lamp was not his business. He was just a passerby. Seeing Master Ni Qin walk to the entrance of the cave, she slightly turned her head. Seeing that Xiao Hua had already followed, she patted her hand. She also took out a brocade bag. From inside, she took out a dark green bamboo joint. She chanted an indescribable syllable. Along with this syllable, a strange fluctuation appeared around Master Ni Qin. Then, Master Ni Qin pointed her finger at the top of the bamboo joint. Gululu tilde, a bubbling sound came from the bamboo joint. The bamboo joint began to melt. An emerald green finger bone appeared in the air. Master Ni Qin used her hand to support the finger bone and slowly extended it forward. When it touched the entrance of the cave, a rumbling sound came from the entrance. Xiao Hua only saw a flash in front of his eyes. A pitch-black stone door appeared in the originally empty cave entrance. Not only was the stone door pitch-black, but there were also some undulating veins. These veins were sometimes large and sometimes small, covering the entire stone door. Xiao Hua narrowed his eyes. He could clearly see that these veins were made up of many talismans that looked like bones. Each talisman seemed to be in a trance, as if it could absorb a person's gaze. Xiao Hua didn't dare to look anymore. He looked at Master Ni Qin again. Master Ni Qin's hand gesture didn't change. The finger bone was sent to the front of the stone door. There was a deep hole the size of a thumb where many symbols intersected. When the finger bone fell into the deep hole suddenly closed. Then, like a person's eyeball, it slightly rotated. Soon after, it opened. A ray of azure light shot out from the eye, covering Master Ni Qin and Xiao Hua. Beep, beep, beep tilde. Master Qin was chanting some strange spells again. Green lights that looked like seal scripts fell down and rushed into the blue light. Swoosh tilde. When the light touched the green light, it immediately shrank. Zilla, the pitch-black door suddenly cracked open. The two sides of the crack were like the teeth of a beast. "I've made a fool of myself." Master Ni Qin turned around and said humbly, "This old man's soul refining cave was passed down from the previous generation. There are some secrets inside. Compared to the Dao sect's magic, this soul formation technique is still a bit lacking." In Daoist Xiao's eyes. "Hihi, I've made a fool of myself." Not at all, not at all. Xiao Hua looked around but didn't use his Buddhist sense. He smiled and said, "This soul formation technique is very mysterious in my eyes. How can I say it's made a fool of myself? Or it could be said that each has their own strength." Please Master Ni Qin walked into the cave. At this time, the finger bone also floated to his side. The inside of the cave was very dark. One couldn't see clearly with the naked eye. Master Ni Qin grabbed the finger bone and flung it. The entire cave suddenly brightened and was covered by a gentle green light. Xiao Hua followed behind Master Ni Qin. Suddenly, he felt a green light pierce into his eyes. That green light was like a ghost baring its fangs and brandishing its claws. He couldn't help but shiver in his heart. Then, when he looked around and saw the situation of the soul refining cave clearly, he couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. This soul refining cave was very big. It was as if the entire cave was hollowed out. However, the four walls of the cave weren't stone walls. Instead, they were dark green. Even the area under Xiao Hua's feet was dark green. He couldn't tell where was up and where was down. The place where Xiao Hua came in was already closed. It was also flat and no traces could be seen. Moreover, This dark green was so deep. Wherever his gaze fell, he couldn't feel the boundary. It was as if it was infinitely big. Xiao Hua didn't dare to release his Buddhist sense. However, when his gaze swept past, that dark green revealed a strange aura. It was as if Xiao Hua's gaze could stir up waves in the dark green. The moment those waves rose, one after another malevolent ghost head and one after another naked men and women would be revealed inside. So much so that, as Xiao Hua's gaze shifted, one after another shocking pictures would appear in front of Xiao Hua's eyes. Soul refining cave, soul refining cave. It really lives up to its reputation. Xiao Hua slightly turned around and looked at the situation of the entire soul refining cave. A strange look appeared in his eyes as he sighed. This soul formation can see directly into the heart. It's indeed not something my Dao sex formation can compare to. At this moment, Grandmaster Kuchin had already turned around. His eyes were glowing as he looked at Xiao Hua with great interest. When Xiao Hua finished sighing, he asked in a low voice, "Daoist Xiao, you don't need to hide it from me. Have you practiced a soul cultivation technique before?" "Oh, why do you say that?" Xiao Hua smiled. He didn't admit it and asked back. "I won't hide it from Daoist." Grandmaster Kuchin laughed. "This old one is a weapon refiner from Meng Mountain. It's precisely because I deal with soul tools that I'm very sensitive to soul cultivation techniques. There's no need to talk about Meng Mountain's soul warriors. As long as it's a cultivator or a swordsman who has dabbled in soul cultivation, this old one will be able to find the flaw with a sweep of his soul sense. However, this old one clearly sensed traces of soul strands on Daoist Xiao's body. However, under my soul sense, I can't find any traces of Daoist Xiao cultivating soul sense." "Soul sense?" Xiao Hua asked curiously. "Is it something similar to the divine sense of my Dao sect's cultivators?" "That's right." Grandmaster Kuchin nodded. "Swordsman and cultivator have divine sense. Devil cultivators have devil sense. Us soul warriors naturally have soul sense as well. However, soul sense is different from divine sense and devil sense. It's not obtained through cultivation techniques. Instead, it's tempered and tempered." -11. Chapter 2865. "Oh, so that's how it is." Xiao Hua nodded. "This humble one is indeed ignorant. This soul technique is related to soul strands. If you haven't practiced a soul cultivation technique, I'm afraid you can't use it," Master Kuchin said with a smile. "This old man has a record of this. I wonder if Reverend is interested." Alas, Xiao Hua saw that Grandmaster Kuchin insisted on asking him whether or not he had practiced a soul cultivation technique. He could only sigh and say, "This little one has always been curious. Otherwise, I wouldn't have practiced both the Tao of refining and the Tao of alchemy. Until now, I am still only in the foundation establishment realm. This humble one learned about the 9 heavens of Lingyuan in Meng Mountain a few years ago. However, I heard from Master and Ziming that the cultivation technique transcribed by those cultivators was inferior. Thus, this humble one didn't dare to say much." "Oh, so that's how it is." Master Kuchin nodded. "I'm afraid the cultivation technique Reverend obtained has already deviated greatly. Perhaps." Xiao Hua didn't comment. He didn't like to talk about such laughable things. "Can you tell this old man about your soul cultivation technique?" However, Master Kuchin didn't let him go and asked, "This?" Xiao Hua hesitated slightly. He didn't understand what Master Kuchin meant. He didn't know if Master Kuchin asked because he needed to rely on his soul cultivation technique to repair the soul falling lamp. However, when he thought about his low-level soul cultivation technique, he didn't mind. He patted his hand and took out the jade slip from his space and handed it to Master Kuchin. However, Xiao Hua didn't go into detail about the true cultivation of his soul cultivation technique. Master Kuchin took the jade slip and glanced at it briefly before returning it to Xiao Hua. He said with a mocking smile, "The cultivators of your Dao sect are really good at making things up. According to the 3 souls and 6 spirits, my soul cultivation realm is divided into 4 stages: human, earth, heaven, and saint. Among them, Aura Ring and Clear Spirit Heaven are called Human Stage, Bright Ruo Heaven and Abundant Reality Heaven are called Earth Stage, Condensing Meridian Heaven and Understanding Heart Heaven are called Heaven Stage, Soul-Forming Heaven, Yuenshu Heaven, and Silent Void Heaven are called Saint Stage. Furthermore, he even compared my soul cultivation level with your Dao sect's cultivation level. He said that the mortal stage was equivalent to the Dao sect's Qi refinement stage, the Earth stage was equivalent to the Dao sect's foundation establishment stage and golden core stage, the Heaven stage was equivalent to the nascent soul stage and spirit severing stage, and the Sage stage was equivalent to the Dao sect's unification stage, tribulation stage and Mahayana stage. All of this was purely false. It was nothing more than a division created by those cultivators based on their own understanding. How could the spirit of Meng Mountains, Yuan Zhoutian, cultivate like this? How can you get the true essence of soul cultivation with such a specious method? Ah, isn't that the case? Xiao Hua was stunned and hurriedly asked, then, what should it be? Unfortunately, Grandmaster Qin Qin did not answer Xiao Hua's question. Instead, she changed the topic and asked, I wonder if Daoist Xiao would like to obtain the true cultivation method of Nine Heavens spirit from Meng Mountain? Oh! This time, it was Xiao Hua's turn to be surprised. Puzzled, he looked down at Grandmaster Ku Qin. At this moment, Grandmaster Ku Qin was standing in front of Xiao Hua like a child. Looking at this soul cultivator who resembled Jiao Zhuang, Xiao Hua did not know what Grandmaster Ku Qin was thinking. Just now, Grandmaster Ku Qin had used the tempering of his soul consciousness as a lure. Now, Grandmaster Ku Qin denied the soul cultivation method in the Jade Slip and used the true cultivation method of Nine Heavens spirit as a bait. This was not something a master craftsman of Meng Mountain should do. Grandmaster Ku Qin met Xiao Hua's surprised gaze without any fear. With a calm expression, she said, Daoist Xiao, please don't be surprised. This old man just has a matter to ask Grandmaster for help. That's why I'm using it as a price to ask for Grandmaster's help. What matter? Xiao Hua thought for a moment and said, if it's simple, Grandmaster doesn't need to pay any price. This little one can do it for you. Hihi, let's not talk about it now. Grandmaster Ku Qin waved her hand and said, Daoist Xiao, you can think about it again. It won't be too late to answer me after the soul setting lamp is restored. All right. Xiao Hua was somewhat baffled. Grandmaster Ku Qin hadn't even said what the matter was, so how could he think about it? However, since Grandmaster Ku Qin didn't say anything, she probably wouldn't say anything even if Xiao Hua asked again. However, at this moment, Xiao Hua thought of another matter and asked, oh right, Li Zongbao, is the method to repair the soul setting lamp included in it? That's not included in it. Grandmaster Ku Qin clapped her hands and took out the soul setting lamp. She said with a smile, when the soul setting lamp is repaired, Daoist Xiao will be able to see it. All right. Xiao Hua nodded. Grandmaster is so straightforward. This little one can agree even if I don't think about it. Grandmaster Ku Qin didn't say anything at this moment. Oh right, Grandmaster, this little one has another question. Xiao Hua asked again, may I ask? Daoist Xiao is too polite. Grandmaster Ku Qin said with a smile, if Daoist Xiao has any questions, you can ask me at any time. This old man will tell you everything he knows. Does Grandmaster know about the Shaman Codex? Xiao Hua asked cautiously, carefully looking at Grandmaster Ku Qin's expression. Of course I know. Grandmaster Ku Qin's expression was normal. There wasn't the slightest bit of shock, as if the Shaman Codex was an ordinary thing. Xiao Hua immediately let out a sigh of relief. However, this old man doesn't know which Shaman Codex Daoist Xiao is asking about. Grandmaster Ku Qin asked again. How many Shaman Codices are there? Xiao Hua didn't understand. The Shaman Codex of Meng Mountain is just a general name. It's a book that records the matters of Meng Mountain, cultivation methods, and spirit warriors. Almost every shaman village has a shaman codex. Grandmaster Ku Qin answered, Bailu village has a shaman codex, Shibailu village also has a shaman codex. However, it's obvious that the two shaman codices can't be compared. The biggest function of the shaman codex is to pass it down. The shaman elder of Bailu village has a shaman codex, so he can be called a shaman elder. If the shaman codex of Bailu village disappeared, then Bailu village would cease to exist. If you want to destroy Bailu village, you just have to take away the shaman codex of Bailu village. Xiao Hua was stunned. Hehe, what this old man means is disappearing from this world. Grandmaster Kuchin said, as long as the people of this shaman village still have a trace of bloodline, this shaman codex will never disappear. Even if this shaman village declines and disappears, its shaman codex will still exist in Meng Mountain, until the people of this shaman village completely disappear. Of course, if someone finds this lost shaman codex, they can also rebuild the shaman village. Oh, I see. Xiao Hua finally understood. So this shaman codex of his was really not a rare object. Reverend, do you have any other questions? Grandmaster Kuchin asked with a smile. Yes. Hearing this, Xiao Hua smiled and said, but when I look at the cultivation method of 9 heavens of spirit origin, I have no idea what it is. Ha ha ha. Grandmaster Kuchin laughed. The cultivation method of a spirit warrior is different from that of a cultivator. If Reverend doesn't have any doubts, then it would be strange. When Reverend obtains this old man's cultivation method of 9 heavens of spirit origin, you will naturally understand a lot. Oh, but let me tell you in advance, this old man's cultivation method of 9 heavens of spirit origin only has 6 heavens of spirit soul, but it doesn't have 3 heavens of spirit. How many green seal characters are there in total? Xiao Hua ignored Grandmaster Kuchin's explanation and suddenly asked. 365. Grandmaster Kuchin answered very casually, but then his body shook violently. He raised his head to look at the smiling Xiao Hua and asked with an incredulous tone, Xiao. Reverend Xiao, could it be that you have already learned the green seal characters? I have. Xiao Hua's answer was powerful and resonant, but I was baffled by it and didn't know what it was. Although he said that, he was secretly thinking, that's not right. The Shaman Codex should have counted 450, why is it that Grandmaster Kuchin only has 365? Oh, I see. Grandmaster Kuchin looked at Xiao Hua's unusually young face and nodded. My Meng Mountain's green seal characters inherited from the ancient times, but now they have been completely annihilated in the dust of time. Of course, the green seal characters also exist outside of Meng Mountain, so it is normal for Reverend to have seen them. Actually, I still want to ask. Xiao Hua really wanted to know the origin of the green seal characters, so he asked again, what is the secret of the green seal characters? It seems to have the ability to understand the world. Could it be that every green seal character has its own origin? Facing Xiao Hua's question, Grandmaster Kuchin's reaction was very strange, as if he didn't come to the soul refining cave to repair the soul-losing lamp, but specifically to teach Xiao Hua. He patiently answered, this old man doesn't know the origin of the green seal characters. This secret of Meng Mountain is probably directly related to the 12 great gods, and only the ancient Yi clan in the depths of Meng Mountain would know about it, right? However, according to this old man's knowledge, if you can completely master the green seal characters, then you will have the ability to understand the world. The ancient Yi clan in Meng Mountain? Xiao Hua was stunned again. This world was really mysterious. He used to think that Meng Mountain was mysterious and unfathomable, but now that he came into contact with soul cultivators, he realized that this was not the only mystery of Meng Mountain, the mystery was still inside. This time, Grandmaster Kuchin did not answer the question about the ancient remnant races. Perhaps he did not know either. He continued, the crafting techniques of Meng Mountain are completely related to the green seal script. Hearing this, Xiao Hua suddenly realized that Grandmaster Kuchin was waiting for him here. However, a few days ago, when Xiao Hua heard that Grandmaster Kuchin could only refine 3 soul treasures in his lifetime, he already had some understanding. He didn't hide it and nodded, Grandmaster, when you said that refining is related to life essence, this little one understands a little, back then. Then, Xiao Hua briefly explained the matter of Misty Cloud's sect's Yun Tengyu. Oh. So in Meng country there are also Daoist disciples who inherit the green seal characters of Meng Mountain? This old man really didn't expect this. Grandmaster Kuchin was really surprised, This method of using the green seal characters is somewhat similar to this old man's refining techniques, but it also consumes life essence. Alas, what a pity! If this technique could be used, the drought in Meng Mountain could be alleviated. But I'm afraid no one would be willing to exchange their lifespan for the green seal characters. Xiao Hua shook his head slightly. This old man can, Grandmaster Ku Qin said indifferently, but this old man doesn't know how. All this old man knows is the green seal characters of refining. -11. Chapter 2866. Hearing this, Xiao Hua's heart skipped a beat. He understood the green seal text, but how could he teach it to this master craftsman who cherished Meng Mountain? It seems like he still doesn't know how to display the green seal text. Let's listen a bit more. Xiao Hua thought to himself. If Daoist has already seen Sect Master Yun use the green seal text, then you should already know my refining technique. Master Ku Qin waved her hand, and the soul-falling lamp immediately flew into the air. Yes, I understand. As long as you sing the green seal text, the green seal text will produce the ability to refine tools, refining soul tools like my Dao Sect's magic. Xiao Hua nodded. Daoist is still wrong, Master Ku Qin said bluntly. Singing the green seal text is something only the descendants of the 12 great gods can do with the power of the great god's bloodline. Us spirit scholars need to use soul strands to make soul sounds, and use the power of the soul to chant the green seal text. As for Sect Master Yun, because he doesn't have any soul power, he can't make sounds, so he took the unorthodox path and used his body to make sound. This kind of green seal text can't be used to its full potential, and it also consumes a lot of life essence. I can refine tools 3 times, but he can't even do it once. Oh! Xiao Hua was extremely excited. This was a secret technique he had been searching for a long time. However, he still suppressed his joy and said with a smile, I want to see Master's divine technique. I'm ashamed. Master Ku Qin shook her head. I haven't reached the divine technique realm that Daoist mentioned. Using soul power to make sounds is also borrowing the power of my bloodline. The power of bloodline? Xiao Hua's eyes turned slightly, and he said with a smile, what's the matter with the power of bloodline? Xiao Hua used blood essence to refine spirit tools, and he also used blood essence to control magic treasures. Even the cultivation method of the demon realm included the cultivation of bloodline. He really wanted to know how Master Ku Qin explained it. Daoist is a cultivator of the Dao sect. I'm afraid you only know how to use the power of bloodline, but you don't know the origin of the power of bloodline, Master Ku Qin said with a smile. Just like Daoist said Ziming, you only know that soul power can fly, why do you need to know how it can fly? Indeed. Xiao Hua nodded. He was talking about her, but there were many things that he didn't understand. In fact, the bloodline power is way too mysterious, and I haven't read any Magus books about it. I've only read a lot of books about it and added my own understanding of it. Master Ku Qin said. She pointed her finger and a drop of blood fell into the air. Then, Master Ku Qin's body started to vibrate. The vibrations caused the air to vibrate and spread throughout the entire soul refining cave. The blue light around the soul refining cave also started to vibrate. It was as if Xiao Hua and Master Ku Qin were standing on a sea with monstrous waves, surrounded by the sound of waves. As the sound became louder and louder, a voice that Xiao Hua was familiar with spread out from the soul refining cave. Countless tiny green seal characters appeared in the surroundings and fell towards the blood drop in front of Master Ku Qin. I understand. At this moment, Xiao Hua suddenly realized why Grandmaster Ku Qin wanted to refine weapons in this crafting cave, and what was going on with the azure surrounding his crafting cave. The green seal characters on the blood drop gathered into a big green seal character and fell into the blood drop. With a peng sound, the blood drop suddenly turned into a small human figure. Daoist, please take a look. If an ordinary person was injured, who knows how much of this small blood drop would fall? Master Ku Qin's face was a bit pale. She pointed her finger and said, but under the stimulation of the green seal characters, this blood drop can produce a powerful bloodline power. Yes. Xiao Hua nodded. Actually, this is only the most basic power of the bloodline. Master Ku Qin was really resting. She explained, in my opinion, the greatest use of the bloodline power is inheritance. Inheritance? Xiao Hua stared blankly and didn't understand. Whether we are cultivators, soul warriors, or swordsmen, whether we are the descendants of the 12 gods, or the descendants of the sword ancestor and the Tao ancestor, we are all human. This bloodline is something that has existed since we were born into this world. Within this bloodline is the inheritance of the information from the ancient people. With this bloodline, we are humans, not beasts, not grains of rice and millet. From this bloodline, humans can be divided into cultivators and soul warriors. From this bloodline, Ziming can recite the witchcraft incantation of the Hutu great god, but ordinary soul warriors like us can't. From this bloodline, cultivators can refine their own magic treasures. From this bloodline, swordsmen can refine their own spirit swords, and even fuse with their bodies with the sword. Moreover, according to what I know, the demon world also has blood-refining techniques. From this bloodline, demons can cultivate into demon lords. Even soul weapons, spirit weapons, and so on need the power of this bloodline. Ordinary blood sacrifices are the same. They all extract the power of the bloodline and accumulate it to reach a level that ordinary people can't reach. I also don't remember if it was passed down from ancient times or recorded somewhere, but if I, a soul warrior, cultivate the power of this bloodline to the extreme, I can become a god through the bloodline. Master Kuchin said with almost longing, just by relying on the bloodline, I can see through life and death and live forever between heaven and earth. Xiao Hua didn't dare to believe. Is this possible? Actually, although the power of the bloodline is strong, it is not the most mysterious thing in the world. Master Kuchin didn't answer him, but continued, the soul is the most mysterious thing in the world. If the bloodline is the inheritance of the human race, then the soul is the inheritance of the individual, or in other words, the most fundamental difference between everyone. Xiao Hua heard Master Kuchin change the topic and frowned slightly, not understanding why. But he heard Master Kuchin say again, this world is boundless. From mortals to cultivators, then to the immortal world, and so on, human cultivation seems to have no end. But within the soul, doesn't the 9 heavens of spirit origin cover all cultivation? This old man bluntly said that the 9 heavens of spirit origin is connected to heaven and earth. As long as you completely understand the 9 heavens of spirit origin, you can definitely reach the supreme realm. Xiao Hua heard the last part and couldn't help but smile, asking, Master also cultivates the 9 heavens of spirit origin, right? I wonder what level of heaven you have cultivated to now. Daoist Master Xiao. You still don't understand what this old man means. Master Kuchin said with a smile, how can the current 9 heavens of spirit origin be considered a true comprehension? This old man is not talented, but he has already cultivated to the full reality realm. But this kind of cultivation is simply a passing observation. It is simply impossible to truly understand the meaning of the 9 heavens of spirit origin. Then, how can you understand it? Is there such a cultivation method? Xiao Hua asked curiously. How can there be such a cultivation method? Master Kuchin said with a smile, just by a sentence recorded in the cultivation method, you want to control heaven and earth. You want to be free and unfettered in the 9 heavens. That is absolutely impossible. All the cultivation methods in this world, or rather, as long as there is a cultivation method, it is impossible to reach such a realm. Oh, what do you mean? Xiao Hua was even more shocked. Doesn't the cultivation of the Tao sect rely on cultivation methods? How can one cultivate without a cultivation method? Cultivation is only to obtain power, or use power to make up for one's realm. This is the purpose of your Tao sect. Master Kuchin said patiently, my soul cultivation method is also the same. However, the good thing is that my soul cultivation method is a cultivation method, and my soul technique is a soul technique. You only need to comprehend the 9 heavens of spirit origin, and you will also have a profound soul power, tempering your soul to a solid state. But this kind of tempering will never reach the height of the 12 great gods. Moreover, Daoist Xiao, do you think there is a soul technique in this world that can let people cultivate to the level of a great god? Xiao Hua instantly thought of his own backtrack time, and thought of the light escape method. All cultivation methods are in the same direction, and in the end, there is an end. Master Ku Qin pointed at the little blood man in the air. The blood man seemed to have gained intelligence, and rushed into the soul-falling lamp floating in the air. Wong tilde the soul-falling lamp immediately appeared to be a blood-red color, and an indescribable vibration came from the soul-falling lamp, rushing to the surroundings of the soul-refining cave, and with the help of the power of the bloodline and the power of the soul, one can make this cultivation method go in the right direction, allowing one's cultivation to have no end. Master Ku Qin finally finished speaking, and suddenly his body began to tremble rapidly. Waves of green light came out from his body, and waves of fluctuations were also emitted, echoing the vibration of the soul-falling lamp, rushing to the four walls. Woo-woo-oo-woo. Sounds like the wailing of ghosts and the howling of wolves came out from the surroundings of the soul-refining cave. The azure light set off violent fluctuations, and hundreds of thousands of tiny green seal characters rushed out from the azure light, fluttering around the entire soul-refining cave. Xiao Hua looked at the sky full of green seal characters, and his eyebrows slightly wrinkled. Master Ku Qin's words seemed to be a bit extreme, putting the soul cultivation method above all sword cultivation and daoist cultivation methods, and saying that the power of the bloodline and the mystery of the soul were the only powers in the world. But thinking about it carefully, Xiao Hua felt that Master Ku Qin's words were quite reasonable. After all, many inexplicable cultivation methods could be explained from these two aspects. In particular, Master Ku Qin said that all cultivation methods were in the same direction, and in the end, there would be an end. This really made Xiao Hua feel enlightened. Yes, if such a cultivation method could be casually obtained by anyone, wouldn't they immediately have a meteoric rise? Wouldn't they be able to cultivate to become a Buddha without any effort? Wouldn't they be able to immediately ascend to the immortal world? All cultivation methods were created by people, and they were all related to that person's realm. Could it be that the so-called great deity could write a cultivation method that would allow someone to cultivate to become a great deity in an instant? If that was the case, then wouldn't this great deity be too worthless? Were the heavens full of great deities? Of course, Master Ku Qin's words were enlightening, but Xiao Hua didn't completely believe it. Although the power of the bloodline and the mystery of the soul were very important, if there were only these two in this world, then where did the 3,000 great Taos come from? How would Xiao Hua explain the karmic hand in his space? How would he explain the heavenly Tao starry sky? -11. Chapter 2867. Thinking of this, Xiao Hua was once again puzzled. Why is this soul cultivator weapon refining grandmaster wasting so much time talking to me? Does she want to accept me as her disciple? Does she want to teach me the soul cultivator's weapon refining techniques? Since when was my character so lovable? Of course, Xiao Hua was only thinking about it. He didn't believe that Grandmaster Ku Qin, who he had just met, would accept him as her disciple. Moreover, Xiao Hua himself wouldn't agree, right? Helpless, Xiao Hua looked at Grandmaster Ku Qin again. Wu tilde with a loud roar, Grandmaster Ku Qin's figure floated into the air. It seemed that the lecture just now had released all the suppressed emotions in her heart. However, her angry roar seemed insignificant in the soul-refining cave where the green seal characters were chanting. However, after this roar, huge tentacles appeared around Grandmaster Ku Qin. These were the soul strands that Grandmaster Ku Qin had refined for hundreds of years. The soul strands nimbly tapped on the green seal characters that filled the sky as if they were plucking the strings of a zither. Every time they tapped on a character, a strange sound would be emitted. After dozens and hundreds of green seal characters were tapped on, the green seal characters formed a green seal character that was 1 zhong long and emitted an even louder sound. This sound was ear-piercing and extremely strange. It seemed as if it had existed since the beginning of time, but also as if it had never existed. The source of the sound was the soul-falling lamp. As the sound faded, a thick layer of black fog appeared above the soul-falling lamp. As soon as the black fog appeared, it emitted a strange sound that was extremely similar to the sound that had disappeared before. A sharp, awe-like piercing pain emerged from Xiao Hua's mind, directly approaching his soul. Xiao Hua was greatly alarmed, and hurriedly urged his soul strands, blocking the area around him. Xiao Hua's soul strands were originally vibrating, but this sound affected the vibrations of the soul strands and forced them to chain. Naturally, following the change in the vibration of the soul strands, the sound and the piercing pain did indeed gradually lessen. However, the vibration passed through the soul strands and into Xiao Hua's soul. The mysterious dark clouds once again emitted a rumbling sound as they underwent some slight changes. This mysterious vibration even penetrated into Xiao Hua's space. Xiao Hua's soul strands stretched out, and he immediately sensed Grandmaster Qin Qin's abnormality. If his soul strands were a gurgling stream, Grandmaster Qin Qin's soul strands would be a boundless ocean. However, Grandmaster Qin Qin didn't notice Xiao Hua's change. The tentacles formed by the soul strands kept poking at different green seal scripts. Then, more green seal scripts appeared. Different sounds shook the entire soul refining cave. As the green seal scripts entered the soul refining lamp, it gradually came alive. A black hound formed by countless ghosts appeared from the soul refining lamp. A dark and suffocating aura filled the entire soul refining cave. This black dog looked like an ordinary black dog. It had a body, 4 legs, and even a tail with a ghostly face. However, the most eye-catching thing about this black dog was that it had 3 heads, and each head had a pair of dark red eyes. The dark red light was extremely gloomy and bewitching, as if it could see through everything in the world. A feeling of extreme danger rose from the bottom of Xiao Hua's heart. It was as if he had no power to resist this strange black dog. After waiting for a moment, Xiao Hua frowned again. Although this black dog appeared, and its dark and irresistible aura filled the air, the black dog only appeared and didn't move at all.
Oh,
I see. Xiao Hua dodged the dark red light of the 3-headed black dog and looked at it. He saw that in the middle of the black dog's chest, between its 2 front legs, there was a fist-sized gap missing. When Xiao Hua took a closer look, he found that the black dog's head, ears, and mouth were all chipped. They weren't complete. It should be because these places are missing that the soul refining lamp can't be lit. Xiao Hua understood. But, how do I fix it? While he was thinking, Master Qin Qin slapped her hand again and took out a dozen different bones from her bag. These bones were of different sizes, and some even had strange shapes. These bones were also strange. As soon as they were taken out from the bag, they turned into balls of black gas under the sound of green seal script. Terrifying ghostly heads were born from these balls of black gas, but these ghostly heads were extremely unstable. They roared and writhed in the black gas, as if they were struggling with all their might. Meng Mountain's soul artifacts are made from living souls. As long as there are enough living souls, they can connect to the 9 underworld. Grandmaster Qin Qin finally spoke again, but her voice was old and powerless. When Xiao Hua looked at the Grandmaster again, there was an unconcealable sense of age on the Grandmaster's face. If you want to repair a soul armament, you naturally have to use living souls. The Daoist school uses a cauldron and a spirit fire when crafting, but we soul cultivators use the world as the cauldron, life essence as the fire, and souls as the supplement. As she spoke, Master Qin Qin's body began to tremble again. The soul strands that looked like tentacles began to dance in the soul refining cave. Another green light was emitted from the soul strands and then rushed towards the walls of the cave. Naturally, as the green seal script came out, Master Qin Qin's body began to age rapidly. Countless wrinkles appeared on her face. After the green seal script came out, it quickly landed on the black gas. The black gas suddenly stopped moving and became still. It didn't take long for it to turn into thin strands of black gas. Then, under the entanglement of Master Qin Qin's soul strands, the black gas landed on the black Cerberus body. Every time a strand of black gas landed on the black Cerberus, a ripple would appear around the black Cerberus. The ripple would then land on the walls of the cavern and cause the cavern to roar again. For the next couple of days, Grandmaster Qin Qin had been patiently injecting the black threads into Black Hound's body. Seeing the black energies gradually becoming complete, Xiao Hua finally understood. So, this is how the soul treasures of millions of Meng Mountains are repaired. This is really out of... I can't say that it's out of my expectations. Isn't the fixing of a magical treasure also fixing the formation and the body of the treasure? Since it's a spirit treasure, then the spirit soul inside must be repaired. 10,000 weapons return to origin. Grandmaster Hua Qin is right. In the past 10 days or so, Master Qin didn't say a word to Xiao Hua. She seemed to be concentrating on repairing the dog and didn't dare to be distracted in the slightest. In the end, there was only a small flaw in the dog's ear. Master Qin let out a long sigh. She turned to Xiao Hua and said, "Zhenren Xiao, I'm sorry you had to see this. It seems, to cultivators, repairing soul tools is similar to repairing clothes in the mortal world, right? If Grandmaster really thinks so, then it's not impossible." Xiao Hua laughed and said, "Left and right are all mended. Magic tools are like that, spirit treasures are like that, clothes are also like that. Ha ha ha. Daoist Master Xiao's words have enlightened me." Master Qin laughed heartily. She pointed at the black dog and said, "Spiritual Master Xiao has been watching from the side for a long time. He already knows how to repair this spirit treasure. If he knows how to refine this spirit treasure and how to control the soul strands, I'm afraid he can also repair this fallen soul lamp." Xiao Hua nodded and said without hiding anything, "Indeed. This black dog is the core spirit of this spirit treasure. It's like the array of a magic tool or the spirit treasure's spirit treasure. It knows how to cultivate the array and the spirit treasure's spirit treasure. It only needs to be repaired slightly to succeed. This is not a difficult task for me, but the problem is, how to refine this spirit treasure and how to refine this spirit treasure. I don't know anything about it. The array of the Daoist sect has always been difficult for me to understand." Master Qin finally began to teach Xiao Hua again. A few talismans and a few spirit stones can produce unparalleled power. Although it can't be considered profound, it still has its own uniqueness. Since spiritual Master Xiao can refine spirit treasures, you must also be proficient in refining spirit treasures, perhaps. Xiao Hua laughed and said, "This is Meng Mountain's secret. I don't dare to be so bold as to covet it. Actually, I'm sure Daoist Master Xiao has already figured out the problem of young Master Li suffering from the backlash of the spirit artifact when I was repairing the spirit artifact. We can start from repairing the spirit artifact's artifact spirit and let young Master Li nurture the spirit artifact. He can grow along with the artifact spirit and gradually eliminate the hidden danger of the backlash." Grandmaster Qin said after thinking for a while. "Indeed," Xiao Hua nodded. "Grandmaster had already given us some hints before you repaired the soul lamp, so this humble one has been thinking about this problem. However, Xiao Hua can't use the green seal script. I'm afraid it won't be easy to repair the artifact spirit." Of course, Great Master Qin took a deep breath and looked at Xiao Hua solemnly. "Daoist Xiao, as I said before, I have the true method of tempering soul strands, the method of creating soul remembrance, and even the true cultivation method of the 9 heavens of spirit origin. I can give all of this to Daoist Xiao, but I beg you to do something for me." "Hehe, Grandmaster, you can speak frankly about this matter." Xiao Hua laughed and said, "Even if you don't have these things, this humble one can still do something for Grandmaster that doesn't go against his conscience." Hehe, Great Master Qin also smiled. "However, later on, I found out that Daoist Xiao is Daoist Xiao, and that you can bring benefits to Meng Mountain. Later on, when I found out that Daoist Xiao is also a Grandmaster artifact refiner, I changed my mind. Even if Daoist Xiao doesn't do this, my artifact refiner. Yes, according to the Dao sect, it's a Dao orthodoxy. I still have to hand it over to Daoist Xiao. Whether Daoist Xiao comprehends it yourself or helps me find a successor, it's all up to Daoist Xiao." "Ah!" Xiao Hua was baffled. He pointed at his nose and said, "Grandmaster, could it be, you wanted me to help you find a successor?" "Indeed." Great Master Qin said without hiding anything. -11. Chapter 2868. That's strange. Xiao Hua shook his head vigorously. "This is really not in line with the heavenly Dao. You have so many disciples here, but why don't you find a suitable master? Besides, can't you find a fated person to pass down your orthodoxy to? Or can't you ask your disciples to find one? Also, don't you have the rejuvenation pill? After you finish repairing the soul-losing lamp, you can take it yourself. Perhaps you can even regain your youth and take in 8 or 10 more disciples. Why, did you find me, a cultivator of Daoist sect? If not, you can also find Zimming. These questions. I won't answer you. Master Chin said with a smile. I have my reasons for giving it to you, and this old man also believes in you. You are a benevolent cultivator. Even if you can't find a suitable disciple for this old man's orthodoxy, you will certainly be able to use this old man's refining skills to refine a suitable soul weapon. This soul weapon will not do evil at will. This old man can rest in peace in the arms of Hutu God. Xiao Hua was a little dazed by this pie that fell from the sky. He had been coveting the soul cultivation technique for a long time, and he wanted to come to Mount Meng to get some. But before he could do anything, Master Chin had offered it to him with both hands, and even the artifact refining technique of soul cultivation. He really couldn't believe that such a joyous event had happened. I'll think about it again. Xiao Hua actually declined. Daoist Xiao, you don't have time to think about it. Master Chin pointed at the black dog and said, this soul is almost fully repaired, and now is the most critical moment. Without Daoist, I only have a 40% chance of success. But with Daoist, I have a 90% chance. In half an incense stick's worth of time, I will finish repairing the soul item, and I will need Daoist's help at that time. If I succeed, that will be good, but if I fail, I will return to the arms of Hutu Great God. Of course, this has nothing to do with Daoist. Whether I succeed or not, Daoist will not be harmed. Therefore, Daoist needs to give me an answer now. Can't I give it to other disciples? Xiao Hua asked in the end. Of course not. Master Chin said with a smile. If I could, I wouldn't have said so much to Daoist. All right, Xiao Hua nodded. This is an extremely good thing for little Ku. How could little Ku not agree? However, I must say that Xiao Hua will take a look at it yourself, but I can't guarantee that you can find a disciple to pass down this orthodoxy. Good. Seeing that Xiao Hua had agreed, Master Chin was overjoyed. She pulled out the brocade pouch and handed it to Xiao Hua. Everything I have is here. I've written some superficial things on a jade slip. Daoist Xiao, please take a look when you have the time. You'll understand my intentions. All right, I'll try my best to fulfill your wish. Xiao Hua nimbly took the brocade pouch and placed it in his bosom. Then, he bowed and said, in addition, although Grandmaster didn't impart his skills in name, he did impart his skills. Please accept this humble one's respect. All right. Master Chin did not hold back and accepted Xiao Hua's bow. Reverend, you have a rejuvenation pill that can replenish your life essence. In the future, you won't have to worry about your life essence being depleted when you use green seal runes to refine soul artifacts. My crafting skills in the soul refining cave will definitely flourish in Reverend's hands. Even in the embrace of Hutu God, I will be happy. I hope so. Xiao Hua stood up and said with a smile. He had already said that he must take a look at the soul refining technique in this brocade pouch. Master Chin heaved a sigh of relief after explaining the matter. Just as she was about to speak, Xiao Hua seemed to have thought of something and spoke first. Oh right, I still have a question to ask Master. It's just that. I didn't dare to trust Master before, so I didn't say it. Now, I have to ask. Oh. Enlightened Master, please speak. Master Chin was not surprised and nodded. Xiao Hua clapped his hand and took out the oil lamp that he accidentally obtained in the secret auction in Weeping Moon City. He respectfully handed it to Master Chin and said, Master, this is something that I accidentally obtained. If I'm not mistaken, the cultivator who traded with me should be a nascent soul cultivator. He said, this item is probably something from the 10,000 demon realm. A soul warrior summoned a soul demon from the 10,000 demon realm and brought it here. Soul demon? 10,000 demon realm? Master Chin took the oil lamp and coughed twice. Her bent body seemed to be even weaker. After she carefully looked at it, she nodded slightly and said, Reverend is right. This item is not a soul artifact of my Meng Mountain, Nor is it a magical item of Sword Realm or Dao sect. It should be something from the 10,000 demon realm. Then she hesitated for a moment and said with an uncertain tone, "As for what it is, I'm not sure. However, in the past, when this old man was unable to master it, he had seen something similar to this item. This item is called a spirit treasure in my Meng Mountain." It's quite similar to your Dao sect's spirit treasure. Oh! Xiao Hua's eyes lit up. He thought that this item was a soul artifact, but he didn't expect it to be a spirit treasure. If that was the case, then he had taken advantage of it. Haha, Reverend, this spirit treasure is different from your Dao sect spirit treasure. Master Qin laughed. If it's a real spirit treasure, how could a nascent soul cultivator be willing to trade it? That's true. Xiao Hua scratched his head, embarrassed. The reason why I call it a spirit treasure is because it's rare, and it's formed from the spirit of a demon beast. That's why it's worthy of the word spirit. Master Qin explained again, as for the soul warrior who can summon a soul demon, if I'm not mistaken, it should be the descendant of the great god Deity of Meng Mountain. They have the ability to tear space and summon a soul demon from the 10,000 demon realm. Of course, it could also be the work of the ancient races in my Meng Mountain that I mentioned earlier. This spirit treasure should be formed from the spirit of the soul demon. This thing, how do I control it? Xiao Hua took the oil lamp from Master Qin and asked impatiently. A spirit treasure is a real spirit treasure in the hands of a soul demon. If it's in the hands of a soul warrior of Meng Mountain, he can only control it with his soul sense and a special soul technique. However, its power is incomparable to the spirit treasure of your Dao sect. Master Qin shook her head slightly. Instead of focusing on this thing, Reverend Xiao Hua should refine more spirit treasures. Yes, I've learned something. Xiao Hua felt a little regretful. He put away the oil lamp and said, "Actually, I took this thing out for 2 reasons. First, I want to know its origin. Second, we're both lamps. I want to see if this thing can be used to repair the soul-falling lamp." Reverend Xiao Hua is very thoughtful. Master Qin nodded, looked at Black Hound, and said, "Reverend Xiao, when you refine spirit treasures, do you control the power of bloodline?" Xiao Hua knew that the power of bloodline mentioned by Master Qin was the demon realm's blood fusion technique. He opened his mouth, and a wisp of spirit fire flew out. As Xiao Hua performed the fire-controlling art, the spirit fire turned into a tiny fire snake that shuttled back and forth in the air. This is the demon realm's artifact refining technique? Master Qin was indeed knowledgeable. She immediately saw through it and cried out in astonishment, "Reverend Xiao, you know so much." "Haha, I'm just lucky." Xiao Hua smiled. "Alas, no wonder." Master Qin sighed. "That day, I was very confused. I didn't know how the Dao sect's artifact refining technique controlled the power of bloodline. If Reverend Xiao knew the demon realm's artifact refining technique, this would be easy." Then, Master Qin opened her mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood essence, saying, "Reverend Xiao, please do it." "All right." Xiao Hua did not hold back. He controlled the spirit fire and tempered the blood essence bit by bit. Gradually, a tiny human figure appeared. Raw. Upon seeing the blood-colored avatar appear and Master Qin controlling the green seal text, the entire soul-tempering cave emitted a strange sound once again. Wisps of black gas appeared again and were sent into the Black Hound by Master Qin. After half a day, the last wisp of black gas was sent into the black dog. Then, Master Qin shouted, "Reverend Xiao, send the power of bloodline into the soul." "All right." Xiao Hua shook his hand and the blood-colored avatar flew into the air. Before Xiao Hua could release the soul strands, Master Qin's soul strands grabbed the blood-colored avatar and sent it into the black dog. Woof tilde. As the little person entered the black dog's body, a clear bark rang out. The entire black dog began to move. All of the black gas and green light entered the black dog's mouth along with the bark. Even the azure surrounding the soul-refining cave was torn apart, turning into blue waves that fell into the black gas mouth. Woof! Another soft bark sounded. A blurry black shadow appeared in the air. It looked like smoke, but also like a ghost's hand. Crack. With a thunderous sound, Master Qin activated another green seal rune. This green seal rune landed directly on the black shadow. The black shadow disappeared the moment it touched the green seal rune. The green seal rune also turned into specks of light and fell to the left. Woof woof tilde the black dog seemed to be angry and kept barking. Then, one black shadow after another appeared around the black dog. Reverend Xiao, help me tilde Master Qin shouted anxiously. How do I help? Xiao Hua was confused. Use the flame to envelop the soul. Master Qin said anxiously. Okay tilde when Xiao Hua heard that it was so simple, he quickly activated the spirit flame. Sure enough, the black dog in the soul was afraid of the spirit flame. It didn't dare to move when it was enveloped by the spirit flame. Occasionally, it would touch the spirit flame, but it would be burned into smoke. Master Qin chanted a few more green seal text and killed the black shadow summoned by the black dog. Then, she took a deep breath and withdrew all the soul strands into her body. She opened her mouth and a huge green seal text spun and enveloped the black dog. Wang tilde a loud roar came from the green seal text, causing Xiao Hua's heart to tremble. Reverend Xiao Hua, quickly withdraw the spirit flame. Master Qin's voice sounded like an ant in front of the green seal text. -11. Chapter 2869. Hearing this, Xiao Hua hurriedly opened his mouth, and the spiritual fire turned into a fire snake and returned. The black dog, who had lost the restraint of the spiritual fire, was about to bark. However, at this moment, the green seal script fell on the black dog's body, and all the black gas was wrapped up by the green seal script, emitting a green light. As the green light flashed, the black dog became smaller and smaller, and the soul-falling lamp was born from the black dog's body. The black gas of the black dog gradually solidified and turned into the shape of the soul-falling lamp. Phew! Seeing that the green seal script had disappeared and the soul-summoning lamp had returned to normal with a flash of black light, Master Qin heaved a sigh of relief. She shook her head and said, Spiritual Master Xiao, if it weren't for you, this black dog would have escaped. My soul-refining cave couldn't trap it at all. Haha, I was lucky. Xiao Hua smiled and pointed at the lamp again. He asked, has the lamp been repaired? Can it be lit? Of course not. Master Ma Qin shook her head. Although the soul-losing lamp has been completely repaired, it still requires the blood of the Hutu great god's descendant to be dripped on it, the incantation of the Hutu great god, and the blessing of the great god to light it up. Haha, then I'd like to see the appearance and power of the soul-falling lamp after it's lit. Xiao Hua said expectantly. Spiritual Master Xiao, you'll be disappointed. Although Ziming is the descendant of Hutu great god, her blood can still be used. Master Qin slowly walked to the soul-falling lamp. At this moment, his hair and beard were all white, and he looked like an old man. He reached out his hand and took the soul-falling lamp, saying, however, the soul-falling lamp can only be lit in the ancestral temple of Hutu village. This is a kind of ancestral rule and a kind of ritual. Without the blessing of the previous generation's Grand Elder and G-Man, Ziming can't light up the soul-falling lamp. It's so complicated. Xiao Hua couldn't understand. I've already said that the power of blood and the mystery of the soul are the most mysterious things in the world. That's the reason. Master Qin said as she walked away. Let's go. This matter is over. I don't want to stay here any longer. Following which, Master Qin took out the green finger bone and opened the door to the soul-refining cave. It was already sunset and Ziming, Fairy Hongxia and the others were waiting outside the cave. When they saw Xiao Hua and Master Qin walking out safely, the two of them couldn't help but walk over quickly. Grandmaster. Ziming wanted to say something, but hesitated, as if he was afraid to hear the result. His gaze fell on the soul-losing lamp in Grandmaster Qin's hand. Fortunately, I did not disappoint you. Master Qin looked at the sky, and her wrinkled face twitched slightly. Then, she handed the soul-losing lamp to Ziming and said, with Daoist Master Xiao's help, it has been completely repaired. Ziming can ask Elder Wu and G-Man to light it up when he returns to the ancestral shrine. Thank you, Grandmaster. Thank you, young Master Xiao. Ziming cautiously received them. Not only was his face filled with joy, but his eyes were also filled with tears. Don't mention it, don't mention it. Xiao Hua waved his hand. Thank you, Grandmaster. Looking at Grandmaster's face, I know how hard it was for Grandmaster. That's right, Grandmaster. You should quickly consume the rejuvenation pill. Ziming kept the soul-losing lamp and hurriedly said, Junior will wait in the valley. When Grandmaster regains his youth, Junior will thank Grandmaster again. Hihi, no need. Master Qin laughed. When I was repairing the spirit treasure, I chatted with Daoist Master Xiao for a long time. From him, I learned a lot of refining techniques. Now, I am going to use the rejuvenation pill to go into seclusion for a while. During this period, it is better not to be disturbed. Ziming, bring Daoist Master Xiao and the others and leave this place now. When you light up the soul-losing lamp, I will bring my disciples to Hutu village and observe the ceremony with Elder Wu and G-Man. Grandmaster, is there a need to be so anxious? Xiao Hua was puzzled and asked softly. Hihi, I can't wait to see the effects of the rejuvenation pill. Master Qin laughed. Furthermore, the people of Hutu village are in deep trouble. Ziming's problem has been solved. Shouldn't you consider your own people? Daoist Master Xiao wants to help Ziming. How can I dare to keep a few people here? This is true. Ziming nodded. Junior's maids have not arrived yet. I don't know what happened on the way here. Young Master Xiao's millet seeds are very important. The earlier we send them back to Hutu village, the more lives we can save. Junior understands. Junior will bring young Master Xiao and the others back to Hutu village. There is no news about Ziming's maids. Is there news about Haidarigami? Xiao Hua was anxious when he heard. Yes, it should be about Haidarigami. Ziming nodded, otherwise, they would have come here long ago. All right, Grandmaster Qin. Then I will not stay here any longer. As the matter involved Xiao Maro, Xiao Hua did not dare to be careless. He quickly bowed and said, Grandmaster, I will definitely do what you say. Yes, I believe in Daoist Master. Grandmaster Qin nodded and reached out to hold Xiao Hua's wrist. Xiao Hua hesitated but did not avoid her. Let's go. I will send Daoist Master Xiao and the others out of the valley. Thank you, Grandmaster. Xiao Hua and the others replied respectfully. Xiao Hua and Grandmaster Qin walked at the front. One was extremely tall and the other was extremely short. They looked like an adult holding a child's hand. However, Ziming, Fairy Hongxia, and the others, as well as a few disciples who came later, looked at them respectfully. No one dared to show any disrespect. Xiao Hua and Grandmaster Qin's figures were elongated in the afterglow. They were reflected on the stone steps leading to the peak, moving bit by bit. By the time they reached the reception stage, the sky was already dark. Everyone said a few words and Li Zongbao took out the flowing cloud airship. The four of them stepped onto the airship and bid farewell to Grandmaster Qin before flying off into the distance. Grandmaster Qin watched as the airship disappeared into the distance. She slowly turned her head with an indescribable expression on her face. She did not say a word. When she reached the top of the stairs, she gritted her teeth and ordered, Qingming, I will not go down. Hurry up and inform the disciples of the valley to come to the reception stage immediately. This. Qingming was taken aback, but he immediately bowed and said, This disciple understands. This disciple will go down and inform them. Good. Go and come back quickly. Grandmaster Qin looked up at the sky and urged, Everyone must come up in the time it takes for an incense stick to burn. Do not delay for even a moment. Yes, Qingming didn't dare to delay. He hurriedly waved his soul armament and flew down the stairs. The other two disciples were strangely accompanying Master Ni Qin. Grandmaster Qin watched as Qingming flew down. She looked around and randomly found a place to sit down. Then, she put her hand into her bosom and took out the rejuvenation pill given by Ziming. She looked at it carefully, then looked at the pitch-black valley. She opened her mouth and was about to swallow the rejuvenation pill. Xiao Hua and the others boarded the airship and flew for a long time in the night. They watched as the bright moonlight gradually turned into a light red color. Then, The light red color darkened and turned into a blood red color. The millions of Meng mountains, which were originally filled with shadows, became even more mysterious under the blood-red moonlight. A bloody feeling emerged in everyone's eyes. Xiao Hua sat cross-legged on the airship. He wasn't controlling the airship to fly. Instead, he was comprehending what he had learned over the past few days and thinking about how to repair Li Zongbao's spirit artifact. He wasn't in a hurry to check Grandmaster Qin Qin's pouch. He knew very well that the pouch contained all of Grandmaster Qin Qin's treasures. It was bound to be vast. If he were to check it now, he might be distracted and delay his own cultivation. There were many techniques that he needed to comprehend. These soul cultivation techniques, he would have to wait until he had the time to do so. When the blood-red moon came into being, Xiao Hua felt a slight disturbance from the dark clouds and was pulled out of his comprehension. Hey! Xiao Hua raised his head to look at the blood moon, then looked at Ziming who was kneeling on the flying boat. He asked curiously, Ziming, why are you doing this? We have been here for a long time now, but I don't think we've ever seen anything as strange as this. Ziming seemed to have something on his mind. As soon as he boarded the airship, he sat down. Unlike when he was whispering to Fairy Hongxia, when the blood-red moon rose, he immediately knelt on the airship and chanted something in a low voice. At the same time, his hands were constantly moving. It looked somewhat similar to the Dao sect's incantations. Ziming didn't immediately answer Xiao Hua's question. Instead, he closed his eyes and chanted. After the time it takes to drink a cup of tea, the blood-red light of the blood-red moon began to fade. The red light was mixed with a pure white color. Ziming then stood up respectfully from the airship and looked at the blood-red moon in the sky. Young Master Xiao, you may not know this, but for the sake of the reproduction and inheritance of the Wu tribe, the great god Hutu of Meng Mountain transformed into the 9 underworlds. When she succeeded, the heavens and earth changed colors and the sun and moon cried for her. This moon weeping is a rare night sacrifice in Meng Mountain. Oh! Xiao Hua had naturally heard Grandmaster Qin Qin's explanation in the soul-refining cave. He opened his eyes slightly and looked up at the blood-red moon in the night sky. It's because the great god Hutu gave up her eternal life that the lineage of Meng Mountain can control the power of souls, and the people of Hutu stronghold can control ghost. Even the souls of the human race can only return to the embrace of the great god Hutu after the fall of our fleshly body. Ziming explained sincerely. Moreover, every night during the night of the great god Hutu's sacrifice, the entire Meng Mountain will be covered in the color of blood. The heavens and earth will be grateful, and the people will be grateful. Even some soul beasts will come out from their hiding places and offer sacrifices to the great god Hutu to express their gratitude for the great god Hutu's virtue. Oh, even that Hanba will come out from his hiding place tonight to offer sacrifices to the great god Hutu. Perhaps it's because Hanba sensed that the night of sacrifice will be held that he appeared in Meng Mountain in advance. I see. Xiao Hua nodded, but he was also puzzled. There was only one moon in the Xiaoyu continent. Why hadn't he seen the blood-red moon in all these years in the state of Shi? Xiao Hua thought for a moment, then asked cautiously, does the night of sacrifice of the great god Hutu happen every year? No. Ziming shook his head. According to the records of the Stronghold's Magus canon, it may be 10 years, or 100 years. It's not certain. -11. Chapter 2870. Xiao Hua looked at Fairy Hongxia. Her snow-white face was stained with blood, making her look rather strange. An indescribable wildness flashed from her dark red eyes. Xiao Hua sucked in a breath of cold air and frowned. He took a closer look and realized that Fairy Hongxia's face was very calm. The expression in her eyes was also very indifferent. It was just that when the blood-red color was reflected in those black eyes of hers, it gave him this illusion. Xiao Hua looked at Ziming again and found that he was the same. Other than the sacrificial night of Hutu great god, what other uses does this moon tear have? Xiao Hua asked again. Well. Ziming hesitated for a moment and said, according to the ancient legends, the moon tear is the divine eye of the Hutu god. Under the bloody light, it can investigate the right and wrong of Meng Mountain, and all the evil spirits will be wiped out. Many of the sacrificial ceremonies in Hutu village will be held during this sacrificial night. If I were to light up my soul-falling lamp at this time, it will be easy for me to obtain the blessing of Hutu great god. Elder Wu won't even need to do anything. After hearing what sister said, I also thought of my Dao sect's ghost festival. Fairy Hong Xia interrupted. On the day of the ghost festival, the 9 underworlds door will open. Hundreds of ghosts will roam the mountain and all living things will avoid taboo. Ziming was a little unhappy when he heard that. However, he looked at Xiao Hua and did not say anything. After a moment, he said, when Hutu great god opens her divine eye, it is also the time when Hutu great god opens her arms. If you can enter the arms of Hutu great god at this time, you will definitely obtain the mercy of Hutu great god and preserve the consciousness of these descendants of Meng Mountain. On the day of reincarnation, you will still retain the memories of this life. Oh? Xiao Hua was slightly stunned and asked curiously, Isn't this similar to my Dao sects? Condensed knowledge treasure? What is condensed knowledge treasure? Ziming was puzzled again. After Xiao Hua explained, Ziming smiled and said, condensed knowledge treasure is condensed from cultivation techniques and other things. What the people of Meng Mountain leave behind is all the memories of this life. Therefore, some old soul warriors who feel that they don't have much life essence will organize their legacy and wait for the Hutu great god's sacrificial night so that they can safely and smoothly return to the Hutu great god's embrace, so that they can retain all their memories and reincarnate into the future. Elder sister, isn't this night of sacrifice something that might not even appear for 100 years? Wouldn't that be a waste of time? Fairy Hong Xia laughed. Hehe, you're right. How can it be so easy to find all of them? Ziming also laughed. According to the Magus Codex, only 1 in 10,000 people can actually find one. Of course, as the saying goes, there's no harm in being prepared. If one of them receives the grace of Hutu, then... Ayo I understand just as Ziming was explaining, Xiao Hua suddenly came to a realization and couldn't help but cry out, Young Master Xiao? Ziming looked at Xiao Hua with some surprise. Even Fairy Hong Xia was stunned. It was very rare for Xiao Hua to lose his composure like this. Master Hua Qin. Xiao Hua frowned, somewhat at a loss for words. But, this still isn't right. Young Master Xiao, what's going on? When Ziming heard that Master Hua Qin was involved, he hurriedly asked, What's wrong with Master Hua Qin? Alas, Master Qin told me something inexplicable when she repaired the soul-losing lamp, which made me very confused. Now that Ziming mentioned the sacrificial night of Hutu Grand God, I feel. Although Master Qin didn't tell Xiao Hua about the secret, Xiao Hua still explained it vaguely. I'm afraid that Master Qin has already known that it's the sacrificial night of Hutu Grand God tonight. Therefore, she has long prepared to return to the arms of Hutu Grand God tonight. Impossible. Ziming immediately said decisively, the night of sacrifice of Hutu doesn't have any pattern. No one can know in advance that the night of sacrifice of Hutu is coming. Moreover, Master Hua Qin has taken the rejuvenation pill. Even if she can't recover her youth, she definitely won't return to the arms of Hutu tonight. But Xiao Hua naturally felt that this explanation was a bit strange, but if he wanted to think of other reasons, he really couldn't think of any. Forget it. Xiao Hua waved his hand and said, Let's not talk about it now. No. Ziming suddenly shouted, Young Master Li, please stop the airboat. I feel that something is wrong. What's wrong? Li Zongbao had been driving the airboat all this time. After all, soul cultivation was different from Taoism, so the explanation of the blood moon was different. He wasn't close to Ziming, so it was better not to talk about it. Previously, I asked Master Hua Qin to help me twice, but he didn't agree. Ziming explained, however, each time, he would let me stay in the valley for a few days. But today, something is wrong. Although he is a bit tired, he shouldn't have sent us out immediately. In particular, if he is tired, why did he personally send us to the reception desk? Xiao Hua was already puzzled, so when he heard this, he nodded. If he hadn't been worried about Xiao Mao and was in a hurry to find Ziming's maidservants, he definitely wouldn't have left the valley so easily. Moreover, I felt that the maidservants didn't come to find me because they encountered Hanba. Ziming continued, but now that I think about it carefully, if they encountered Hanba, they would have sent me a message immediately. Even if they were all killed by Hanba, I would definitely have sensed it. Ah? Xiao Hua was shocked. After thinking about it carefully, he realized that it was indeed the case. Therefore, I have to return to the valley and carefully plan with Master Hua Qin. Ziming said again, I also need to borrow Master Hua Qin's soul tool to find the location of my maidservant. Senior brother, quickly return. Xiao Hua nodded. He also had a bad feeling in his heart. He didn't know if it was because of Master Hua Qin's strange condition or because of the blood moon, but since Master Hua Qin treated him so well, he would definitely repay her generously. Okay, Li Zongbao obeyed and turned the airship around. Under the blood moon, they flew back to where they came from. Several hundred kilometers in front of the airship, there was also a blood moon. In a cave, there were a dozen natives dressed in strange clothing. Their faces were all covered, only revealing 2 eyes. In the innermost part of the cave, there were 9 people dressed in black. Their entire bodies were covered in black, making it impossible to see their faces. It was impossible to tell if they were soul warriors or natives. The inside of the cave was shrouded in a black mist. Under the blood moon's light, there was a hazy blood moon that seemed to be on the surface of the water. The blood moon's light was faintly discernible. The blood moon's light was slowly moving, but it suddenly stopped and then faded away again. One of the natives facing the mist hurriedly waved a soul tool that looked like a water bottle in his hand. Then he muttered an incantation and a green light fell down, causing the blood moon's light to become clear again. Ayo, why did it turn around? A hoarse voice sounded in shock. Reporting to my lord, this subordinate doesn't know either. Maybe it's because this subordinate's soul technique didn't work during the sacrificial night? The native hurriedly argued, or maybe she realized something was wrong. It's fine. Without waiting for the native to finish his words, the hoarse voice waved his hand and ordered, no matter where she goes this time, she'll die without a burial place. If she returns, she'll die even faster. Let's go. As the master, who had also concealed himself, walked out of the cave, the other natives hurriedly followed him out. Only after the natives left did the 9 black-robed people move. Strangely, the 9 of them walked together in unison. Although their faces were covered with black cloth, they easily walked out of the cave. The bloody night gradually faded away, and the snow-like moonlight slowly came. It was like a late awakening. When the flying boat was still far away from the soul-refining cave, Xiao Hua couldn't help but release his Buddhist awareness. When he saw the situation on the reception platform and everything in the valley, he finally understood the meaning of Master Go Qin's words and why Master Go Qin invited him to watch him repair the soul-losing lamp. At the same time, he finally understood the painstaking efforts and helplessness of Master Go Qin to hand over his mantle to him. Master Go Qin, how is it? Ziming might have soul sense, but she clearly knew that her cultivation wasn't as strong as Xiao Hua's. She was constantly observing Xiao Hua's expression. When she saw Xiao Hua raise an eyebrow, she immediately asked, Ziming. Xiao Hua didn't know how to explain, so he just sighed and said, Sigh, you should see for yourself. Xiao Hua's sigh had said everything that needed to be said. Ziming felt a chill in her heart, and she bit her lips with her pearly white teeth. A cold gleam flickered in her eyes. From afar, one could see that under the moonlight, a small body was lying on the welcoming platform. Around this body were a few corpses. There were no bloodstains near these corpses, but the pale white moonlight that looked like snow reflected off the welcoming platform and shone on these people of Meng Mountains, who had returned to the embrace of Hutu Great God. The bloodstains on their heads, the cracks on their skulls, and the pitch-black holes between the cracks were truly a shocking sight. Li Zongbao stopped the airship in midair. Before the airship could land, Ziming flew out from the airship. With some white mist swirling under her feet, she flew straight to Master Go Qin's side. Master! Ziming let out a sorrowful cry and knelt down. Xiao Hua sighed in his heart as he followed behind Ziming and landed on the ground. Master Qin's eyes were wide open, as if she was unwilling to close her eyes. However, There was neither disbelief nor astonishment in her eyes. Instead, there was an abnormal calmness in her eyes, as if she had seen through everything and understood everything. This. Looking at Ziming's sorrowful face, Xiao Hua glanced around again. The other disciples were not as transcendent as Master Go-Qin. Some of them had ferocious expressions, some were panicking, and some were at a loss, as if they had never expected their own deaths. -11. Chapter 2871. Xiao Hua. Fairy Hong Xia flew to Xiao Hua's side, shrank her neck, and whispered, "I feel a little cold, and I'm scared from the bottom of my heart. Don't be afraid." Xiao Hua was also a little scared. After all, from the signs on the reception platform, it seemed that not long after they left the reception platform and before Master Ni-Qin returned to the valley, he and his disciple were killed. At that time, they were not even dozens of miles away, right? If they had left a little later, or if he had used his Buddhist sense, the situation might have been different. However, fate seemed to be playing tricks on people. He was worried about Xiao Mao, and because his divine sense was injured, he did not use his Buddhist sense. Thinking of the Buddhist consciousness, Xiao Hua's heart stirred. He patted Fairy Hong Xia's hand and pulled her in front of Ziming, saying in a low voice, "Ziming, this Xiao has a secret technique that can be used to find the situation of Grandmaster Ni-Qin's death from his dead soul." This. Ziming raised his head, his eyes red. After thinking for a while, he shook his head and said, "Young Master Xiao, I'm afraid you're talking about the Daoist sect's soul-searching technique. Meng Mountain also has this kind of soul-searching technique, but young Master Xiao doesn't know that during the night of sacrifice, all the souls returned to the embrace of Hutu Great God and did not stay in this world. Even if young Master Xiao uses the soul-searching technique now, I'm afraid you won't be able to find anything." "Not necessarily." Xiao Hua did not believe it. Ziming said again, "Besides, even if Master Ni-Qin's soul is still here, we can't disturb him." Although Master Go-Qin had been killed, for Master Go-Qin, meeting the night sacrifice was a blessing in disguise. It was also a blessing that Hutu God had given him for his whole life. If he was reincarnated as a human being, he would certainly be another master of refining who would achieve greater achievements in the future. If we disturb him, we will make Master Ni-Qin lose the blessing from Hutu Great God. Not only will we be disrespecting Master Ni-Qin, but also Hutu Great God. All right. Xiao Hua nodded. He could only respect Ziming's opinion and hope that Master Ni-Qin could retain the memories of this life and be reincarnated as a human. By the way, when will Master Ni-Qin reincarnate? Is it still in Meng Mountain? Xiao Hua thought of Ni-Qin's request. Ziming shook his head slightly. No one knows. It could be tomorrow, or 10 years, or 100 years, or even 1,000 years. Maybe it's Meng Mountain, maybe it's the Sword Domain, or maybe it's the 3 kingdoms of cultivation. Hearing Ziming's words, Xiao Hua nodded. Then, he looked at the dark night sky and the dark valley that gave off a strange atmosphere. He said, "How should we deal with the corpses of Master Ni-Qin and her disciple? Young Master Xiao, please bring their corpses to this reception table." Ziming said without hesitation, "Your body must be given to Hutu before the sacrificial night, or it will affect their reincarnation." "All right, you wait here." Xiao Hua nodded and flew into the valley. Fairy Hong Xia hurriedly shouted, "Xiao Lang, you, be careful." "Yes, I know." Xiao Hua turned around and smiled. He looked at the reception table and then looked around. After thinking for a moment, he clapped his hand and took out the capital star formation jade talisman. He placed it around everyone and activated the capital star formation. Then, he said, "I don't know if the murderer who killed Master Ni-Qin is still here. You all be careful and don't leave this formation." "All right, I know. You be careful too." Ziming's eyes flashed with relief. He carried Master Ni-Qin's corpse and was about to place it in the center of the capital star formation when Ziming suddenly exclaimed, "Young Master Xiao, Master Ni-Qin, did not take your rejuvenation pill. Moreover, the jade box is in her hands. The rejuvenation pill is gone." Master Ni-Qin's hand that was holding the jade box was pressed under her body. Xiao Hua and the others did not see it. Now that Ziming carried the corpse, her hand was exposed. The jade box containing the rejuvenation pill naturally fell out as well. Oh, is that so? Xiao Hua was surprised. He looked at the empty jade box and then reached into Master Enai-Chin's clothes. There was a dark green bamboo joint in her clothes. It was the soul armament used to open the soul refining cave. There were also a few other things, but there was no trace of the rejuvenation pill. Strange tilde Xiao Hua was somewhat baffled. Senior brother, can you see if the other disciples have any rejuvenation pills on them? Xiao Hua ordered. Flying out from the capital star formation, he clapped his hand to take out the wishful staff. Looking at the night wind, he flew down the mountain. However, as soon as he flew to the top of the stairs, he saw a corpse lying on the ground about 10 zhong in front of him. That corpse was Qing Ming, who had welcomed Xiao Hua earlier. Qing Ming's face was filled with shock and pain. There was also a big hole in his head. His brain had long disappeared, and dried blood was stuck to his head. Good. Xiao Hua reached out and grabbed Qing Ming's corpse. Just as he was about to return to the reception stage, he heard Ziming's shout from the high platform, "Young Master Xiao, come quickly." Xiao Hua's heart trembled. He did not have time to use his Buddhist sense to sweep out. His figure immediately used the wind escape technique to fly back. Fortunately, there were still 3 living people in the capital star formation. However, the corpses of Master Enai-Chin and several other disciples were placed on the reception stage by Ziming and the others. Their heads were slightly tilted and one of their feet was slightly raised. It was an extremely strange posture. Young Master Xiao Tilda seeing Xiao Hua return, Ziming hurriedly pointed to the ground where Master Enai-Chin had fallen and said, "Look, this was left by Master Enai-Chin." Xiao Hua handed Qing Ming's corpse to Li Zongbao and squatted down to carefully examine it. On the ground, close to where the jade box had fallen, there was a faint and indistinct bloodstain left on the mountain rock. The bloodstain seemed to be a talisman character, but it also seemed to be a mark. Xiao Hua was baffled when he saw it. "Young Master Xiao, this is a simple witchcraft incantation used by the natives of Meng Mountains." Ziming explained, "If we use the words of Daoist sect to describe it, it can be interpreted as death or 6-0. So, the reason why Master Enai-Chin left this bloodstain before her death is to tell us who killed her." Xiao Hua frowned and said hesitantly, "Death, 6, what does it mean? Is it the name of the murderer?" Ziming was also puzzled. After pondering for a while, Xiao Hua could not find the trick. He looked around the valley and said, "I'd better go to the valley and have a look. If Master Enai-Chin's disciples are not alive, we must hurry before dawn." After saying that, Xiao Hua looked at the pile of corpses in a strange posture and said, "Let them return to Hutu God's embrace as soon as possible." "Thank you for your trouble, young Master Xiao," Ziming said with relief when he saw Xiao Hua was so considerate, ignoring his own safety and going to the dangerous place. Xiao Hua jumped down from the reception platform, held the wishful staff in his hand, and released his Buddhist sense. His figure slowly flew down the stairs. He had a hunch that the murderer of Master Enai-Chin had not left, and was still hiding somewhere in the valley, waiting for the next attack. Since it was before dawn, it was even darker. The wind blew in the valley, scraping the dry treetops and stone walls, making a very strange sound. Moreover, there was an inexplicable fluctuation coming from different places in the valley, which made Xiao Hua shudder. However, when he heard the movement, Xiao Hua released his Buddhist sense, but he could not find anything strange. Everything was like this, which made Xiao Hua feel a sense of crisis. This soul cultivator, this million Meng Mountains is really strange. Xiao Hua flew carefully and thought to himself, "It's more terrifying than the Ghost Festival or the 100 Ghost Parade." Thinking of this, Xiao Hua came to the cave where he met Master Qin Qin for the first time. At this time, there were still some lights in the cave, but when Xiao Hua scanned it with his Buddhist awareness, he knew that there was no life in the cave. When he carefully walked into the cave, he found that the whole cave was silent, and there was only the flickering of the lights. "Hey! Why are there less animal skins in the cave?" Xiao Hua's eyes swept over and found something different. Then, his eyes fell on the 2 corpses lying on the animal skins. These two corpses were the same as Qing Ming and the others. Their brains were eaten, and there were no other wounds on their bodies. However, one of the two corpses was holding a slightly bigger brocade bag in his hand, which was similar to the brocade bag that Master Ni Qin gave to Xiao Hua. Xiao Hua put away the corpse and picked up the brocade pouch. He used his divine sense to sweep it out, but he couldn't see what was inside. He understood in his heart that this was probably a soul scholar's storage pouch. He should have used his soul sense to examine it. However, even if Xiao Hua could not see anything, he already knew that these two disciples were tidying up the cave. With a sigh, Xiao Hua placed everything in the cave into a storage pouch. Then, Xiao Hua left the cave and cautiously scanned the valley with his Buddhist sense. In front of him was the location of the soul refining cave. The entire valley was still pitch black. Although this darkness couldn't block Xiao Hua's vision and his Buddhist awareness could see everything clearly, Xiao Hua was also clear in his heart that there were many things in this world that couldn't be seen by Buddhist awareness and the naked eye. And this thing was obvious. Right now, it was in this valley where he had just killed someone. With that kind of uneasiness in his bosom, Xiao Hua once again flew towards his resting place based on his previous knowledge. The night wind was also a bit weaker at this time, but the sound became increasingly strange. Sometimes it was high, sometimes it was low, sometimes it was light, sometimes it was heavy, and sometimes it was high. It was like the cry of a monster. When Xiao Hua arrived, sure enough, he saw 3 corpses lying on the ground, and their state of death was exactly the same as Qing Ming and the others. Their faces were filled with a kind of savageness, as if someone had dug out their brains before they died. This kind of pain was probably the best torture in the world. After putting away the corpses and the items in the cave, Xiao Hua muttered to himself. If Master Ni Qin was the only one who died in such a miserable state, then it might have been some kind of torture. But if all of the corpses were the same, then maybe. Xiao Hua couldn't help but think back to when he heard Xue Xue talk about how powerful the fire ape was. -11. Chapter 2872. Could it be a demon beast similar to the fire ape? Or a hydorigami? Thinking of the hydorigami, Xiao Hua's back immediately broke out in a cold sweat. The hydorigami was a natural spiritual creature, and its divine ability was innate. With Xiao Hua's cultivation, he was no match for it. Xiao Hua's eyes turned rapidly, looking at the darkness around him. There was no anxiety from the bottom of his heart, and only then did he feel slightly relieved. But then, Xiao Hua sneered again. Maybe this is a deceptive tactic. Someone deliberately set up a maze to harm Master Qin Qin, so that no one can guess who did it. But who is it that made things difficult for a master refiner revered by millions of Meng Mountain soul warriors? Thinking of the purpose of Zi Ming's visit to Master Qin Qin, and some of Zi Ming's words, Xiao Hua gradually had an idea. Who? Just when Xiao Hua felt that he had an idea in his heart, a strange feeling arose from the bottom of his heart. He hurriedly raised his head and looked at a stone wall in the distance. This stone wall was dozens of feet in size, and it was somewhat flat. In fact, it was covered with dried vines that made a rustling sound in the night wind. Xiao Hua held the wishful steel staff in his hand and flew close to the stone wall. He looked at it with his naked eyes, and his Buddhist awareness also swept through it. He did not see anything strange, but the indescribable feeling just now swept past the front of the stone wall. After thinking for a while, Xiao Hua formed a seal and used the earth escape technique to escape into the stone wall. He inspected the stone wall within dozens of feet of it, but still did not find anything. Strange, is this young master being paranoid? Xiao Hua flew out of the stone wall. He didn't dare to look back. Soon after, he went to the other caves and collected the corpses of Master Qin Qin's disciples. Only then did he walk to the front of the soul-refining cave with grief in his heart. These dozens of disciples had all died miserably. Every one of them had their brains dug out and died. Every disciple seemed to be packing their things before they died. However, there was no exception. Not even half of the things in the valley had been packed. Only the soul-refining cave is not checked. Xiao Hua looked at the cavern in front of him. The bamboo-shaped soul armament was in his hand, but he didn't know how to activate it. He didn't know how to open the cavern. Right at this moment, a bright light shone from the distant horizon. Then, as if the curtain of light had been pulled open, the surrounding horizon and the valleys at the foot of the mountain were all lit up. The night was about to leave, and a new day was about to arrive in the millions of Meng Mountains. Forget it. Xiao Hua remembered Ziming's warning and didn't dare to delay any longer. He activated his magic power and returned to the reception platform without consulting anyone. Young Master Xiao seeing that Xiao Hua is late, Ziming is somewhat anxious and also somewhat worried. He hurriedly says, "Quickly, bring Great Master's disciples." Alas, so many disciples. Back to the embrace of Great God Hutu. Seeing Xiao Hua actually take out dozens of corpses in succession, Ziming's gaze also revealed shock. Xiao Hua didn't say much and placed the corpses on the ground. According to what he saw, he imitated and arranged them into strange postures. Li Zongbao and Fairy Hongxia didn't dare to delay and hurriedly came to help. But Ziming, on the other hand, was somewhat absent-minded when he saw so many corpses. Alas! Ziming sighed softly. After a long time, he faintly says, "Although I don't know the cause of this matter, but, it seems, it has something to do with my arrival. Let's send Great Master Enchantment back first." Xiao Hua looked at the dawn sky. Although he didn't believe Ziming's words, but for the sake of Ziming, and for the sake of his own beautiful dream, Xiao Hua was willing to follow the ritual of the millions of Meng Mountains and properly send Great Master Enchantment back to the embrace of Great God Hutu. "Yes, I understand." As Ziming spoke, she raised both of her hands and her body began to dance. The slight trembling of her mouth sounded like a song, but also like a dance. In Xiao Hua's eyes, this dance was more like the dance of one's nascent soul. A faint sense of solemnity emerged from Ziming's dance. In Xiao Hua's eyes, Ziming's dance didn't give rise to any feelings. On the contrary, looking at Ziming's movements and her swaying black hair, Xiao Hua seemed to be able to see Ziming's confession to heaven and earth, the sorrow in her heart, and the admiration she had for Great Master Enchantment. Xiao Hua was even surprised to find that he could see Ziming's worship for Great God Hutu from her dance. Xiao Hua had a feeling of enlightenment. The earliest things in this world were definitely not words, nor were they words. This dance was probably the most primitive way for people to express their emotions. Using this as an extension, Xiao Hua naturally thought of the way of cultivation. The Daoist sect used words to pass down their teachings. The Buddhist sect passed down their teachings by picking flowers. The soul cultivation method used the dance of one's nascent soul. Perhaps, it directly pointed to the essence of cultivation. Could it be that soul cultivation is? Xiao Hua suddenly had a strange thought. Could it be that the 12 great gods are comparable to my Daoist sects? That's right, who is the founder of my Daoist sect? I've never heard of him before. Great Master Enchantment's death was also a kind of trigger for Xiao Hua. Ziming's dance was also a kind of trigger. Xiao Hua couldn't help but have the impulse to let his imagination run wild. Just as he was thinking of some inexplicable things, Ziming had already stopped. He saw her prostrate on the ground with great sincerity, facing the almost overflowing sunlight in the east and muttering something. Boom! Ziming didn't seem to do anything, but a cluster of jade-green flames appeared out of thin air and enveloped the corpses of Great Master Enchantment and the others. In the midst of the flames, the corpses of Great Master Enchantment and the others were instantly reduced to dust. At this moment, the brilliant sunlight pierced through the sky like a bright sword, and an orange sun appeared in the clear sky in the east. A rather strange feeling arose from the bottom of Xiao Hua's heart. Xiao Hua couldn't help but open the Dharma eye on his left hand. Ah! Xiao Hua couldn't help but cry out. About 90 feet above everyone's head, a crack was closing. Dozens of blurry figures had disappeared in that place. A rather tall figure was looking back. Wasn't that Great Master Enchantment's face? Xiao Hua beside him, Fairy Hongxia's face was also solemn. Hearing Xiao Hua's cry, she hurriedly asked in a low voice. "I'm fine." Although Xiao Hua's eyes were filled with astonishment, A smile appeared on his face and he slightly shook his head. Seeing that Xiao Hua didn't say anything, Fairy Hongxia didn't ask any more questions. She looked at the jade-green flames again. As the corpses of Great Master Ni Qin and the others disappeared, the jade-green flames also gradually disappeared, as if it had never appeared. Xiao Hua used his Dharma eye to look up again. Like the jade-green flames, the crack disappeared without a trace. It seems, this situation is very familiar. Xiao Hua frowned slightly and thought to himself. It seemed that he had seen this situation before. Master Xiao. Just as Xiao Hua was about to recall, Ziming walked in front of Xiao Hua and asked in a low voice, "Thank you for your trouble just now. May I know if there's anything unusual in the valley?" After Xiao Hua told Ziming what he saw, Ziming was also puzzled. He looked at Xiao Hua, then at Fairy Hongxia and Li Zongbao, and said hesitantly, "I think." Great Master Ni Qin seemed to have sensed that something was wrong and was about to leave. It was at this moment that she met with a calamity. "Yes, I think so too." Li Zongbao nodded. But Fairy Hongxia disagreed. If Great Master Ni Qin had sensed that something was wrong, why didn't she leave with us? Instead, she waited for us to leave before making this plan. Xiao Hua restrained himself for a moment and did not tell her about Great Master Ni Qin's request. At this time, he actually understood that Great Master Ni Qin must have foreseen something, and even foreseen the death of all the disciples in the valley. That's why he entrusted his legacy to me. However, Xiao Hua was also puzzled. Since Great Master Ni Qin knew something, why didn't she leave with them? What if she left with them? Thinking of this, Xiao Hua was shocked again. If Great Master Ni Qin left with them, perhaps they would all die inexplicably here, right? Perhaps Great Master Ni Qin knew that if she left with us, we would definitely die. She didn't want to drag us along and ruin our lives. Ziming bit her lips and whispered. Unexpectedly, she had the same idea as Xiao Hua. The question now is tilde. Li Zongbao narrowed his eyes and said lightly, "Who killed Great Master Ni Qin? Was it a demonic beast, or a human?" Yes, the thing that ate human brains was definitely a demonic beast. Ordinary soul cultivators, and sword cultivators would not have such a hobby. If it was a demonic beast, then what was the meaning of Great Master Ni Qin's talisman? Fairy Hongxia whispered, maybe it was a trick to set up a maze, to hide the real culprit. I'm also inclined to think so. Xiao Hua nodded slightly. Judging from the situation in the valley, it's very likely that many people attacked at the same time to catch Great Master Ni Qin and the others off guard. But Great Master Ni Qin has always been famous in Meng Mountains. Ziming whispered in disbelief. Heh, for fame, for profit, what can't she do? Li Zongbao sneered. Perhaps Great Master Ni Qin blocked someone's path and did something that someone didn't want her to do. Hiss. Hearing this, Ziming was shocked. He looked up at the rising sun and said, "Young Master Xiao, we can't stay here for long. If that person could kill Great Master Ni Qin so easily, we are no match for him. Besides..." Ziming hesitated for a moment and didn't say anything more. Then, he pointed in another direction and said, "Young Master Li, thank you for your trouble. We'll leave from there." Okay. Li Zongbao wasn't surprised by Ziming's change of direction. He immediately activated the flowing cloud airship that he hadn't put away. When the four of them stepped on the airship, it hurriedly flew in another direction, leaving the empty welcoming platform to welcome the rising sun. Only the valley below the welcoming platform was left crying in the morning breeze, as if mourning the fate of the master of the valley, and also as if retelling the vicissitudes of life. -11. Chapter 2873. After flying far away, Xiao Hua retracted the Buddhist scents he had left on the reception desk. He still felt lucky, hoping that he could find traces of the murderer before he left. However, he was still disappointed. The murderer was very careful. Not only did he not leave any traces, but he also left immediately after the attack. How could he let Ziming and the others, who had arrived late, find traces of him? Looking at Ziming's sorrowful expression, Xiao Hua said in a low voice, Ziming, this matter is already like this. It's useless for us to think too much. Although this is the first time this Xiao has met Grandmaster Kuqin, Grandmaster's character has left an indelible impression in Xiao Mao's heart. What we need to do now is to pull ourselves together and find the real culprit as soon as possible to avenge him. Alas, Ziming heard and sighed, who is the murderer? It's really confusing and hard to say. However, I thought about it just now. In fact, Master may not be unable to write down the murderer's name or more clues. Young Master Xiao, look at Master's calm expression, as if everything was within his expectations. He didn't even have the thought of asking others to avenge him. That's right. Hearing this, Xiao Hua's heart trembled, isn't that right? That day, Grandmaster Kuqin had entrusted his legacy to him for no reason at all. Obviously, he had sensed something, but he had never mentioned anything about wanting this Xiao to take revenge for him. And at that time, he probably didn't know that he had encountered the sacrificial knight, right? In fact, the old man is also thinking of trying to escape from the valley. That was Master's idea. Since we encountered it, we can't just stand by and watch. Otherwise, how can we face Master? Xiao Hua thought for a while and shook his head. Alas, Master is merciful. He doesn't want to drag others down because of his own matters. Ziming said with emotion, even he couldn't resist the murderer. Young Master Xiao, and I may not be a match for him. If Master Kuqin knew this, he wouldn't have warned us. He didn't even want to board our airship. Hearing this, Xiao Hua's heart moved, and he asked, this Xiao has only seen Grandmaster Kuqin refine tools, but I have never seen him fight. Grandmaster Kuqin only said that he has cultivated to the full reality realm. So, Grandmaster Kuqin should be an expert, right? How do you classify your 1 million soul warriors in Meng Mountains? Is there also the Qi refinement, foundation establishment, and nascent soul stages of the Dao sect? When Ziming heard this, she bit her lip slightly and did not answer Xiao Hua's question. Instead, she continued, actually, in the end, I still feel that I've implicated Master Go Qin. If it wasn't for this concubine begging him to refine a weapon, he wouldn't have died an unnatural death. It's all my fault. Ziming, don't blame yourself too much. Xiao Hua understood that this was a knot in Ziming's heart and comforted him. Everything in this world is caused by karma. Ziming had already planted this seed when he first visited Master Ni Qin. Master Ni Qin's death has already been decided. At that time, I thought that Great Master Hua Qin still had 2 more chances to refine spirit treasures. This time, I came with the shaman token to meet you. Moreover, the soulful lamp is not only useful for me to take over the Back Earth stronghold, it is also related to my greatest wish in this life. Ziming couldn't help but become excited when she mentioned her greatest wish. That's true. Xiao Hua looked at Li Zongbao who was steering the boat and Fairy Hong Xia who was nodding at him, indicating for him to comfort Ziming. He then said, Master Kuqin did not agree to your request previously, and it was because he had 2 chances to refine spirit treasures. However, during this period of time, there must have been a second chance to refine spirit treasures. He agreed to wait for you to come back for the 3rd time. He obviously only had 1 last chance left. He obviously knew that as long as he helped you repair the soulful lamp, his life essence would be exhausted. However, he still agreed to it. Obviously, he had already made preparations to return to the embrace of Great God Hu too. But I still brought young Master's spring returning pill. Ziming said again. Yes, this is the real cause and effect. Xiao Hua nodded. Although you obtained the spring returning pill from Ziyi, and Ziyi also went to Sky Patrol City to meet me, but all of this can't prevent the karma of Master Kuqin's death. Didn't you see? Before Master Kuqin died, he had already seen all of this clearly in his heart. He didn't even have the slightest bit of resentment in his heart, so why do you feel so conflicted? Young Master Xiao, where did the spring returning pill go? Ziming hit the nail on the head. If there were demon beasts coming for the spring returning pill, then, if I gave the spring returning pill to Master Kuqin, wouldn't I be sending Master Kuqin to his death? Xiao Hua's heart skipped a beat. Obviously, this was also a kind of cause and effect. However, Before Xiao Hua could say anything, Fairy Hong Xia, who was next to him, chimed in, "Elder sister, all the causes and effects are intertwined, it's hard to understand. However, elder sister, think about it again. Master Ku Qin's entire life was devoted to others. For you and the millions of spirit warriors of Meng Mountain, he was never stingy with his life essence. This is a good cause. It's because of this good cause that he passed away during the sacrificial night of great god Hu Tu. This is a rare opportunity for a spirit warrior. Isn't this the good cause that Master Ku Qin pursued his entire life? All of this is because great god Hu Tu remembered Master Ku Qin's kindness. Elder sister's matter was done by great god Hu Tu. What does it have to do with elder sister? Good. Xiao Hua clapped his hands. Hongxia is right. Ziming, do you understand? Yes, I understand. Ziming sighed, but in my heart, I still feel sad. After all, I'm separated from Master Ku Qin. When I see him again, I don't know what will happen. Master has his own path, Ziming has his own path, and Ziyi also has his own path. Why should there be any intersection? Xiao Hua said indifferently. Then, he pointed his finger forward and said, besides, from today onwards, you and I may have all kinds of paths. Our paths are all connected to the heavens, but there may not be any intersection. If you lament for my future, and I wish for your future, isn't it beneficial? Master Ku Qin asked for benevolence and got benevolence. He comforted us and didn't board the airship. How can we, under his great kindness, have any doubts? Forget it, I know you because of Ziyi. That's all I have to say. You can think about it yourself. Young Master Xiao Tilda Ziming's eyes flashed with tears. She nodded and said, I've learned. I'll remember Master's words and let the people of Hutu Stronghold live peacefully under my control. Good. Xiao Hua smiled and nodded. Ziming forced a smile onto his face as he said, you wanted to know about the cultivation levels of soul cultivators, right? I'll have to disappoint you. My soul cultivation method is the 9 heavens of the spirit origin. When I'm in the 6 heavens of the spirit soul, I'm called a soul scholar. When I'm in the 3 heavens of the spirit soul, I'm called a shaman. As for the division between soul scholars and shamans, there's no further division. In addition, the depth of soul cultivation method is different from the Daoist sect's method. The 9 heavens of the spirit origin and soul techniques are separated. Even shamans, if they don't practice soul techniques, I'm afraid they won't be a match for soul scholars. Or if they're both soul scholars, if they don't compete, it's impossible to know each other's depth. Moreover, soul techniques are also divided. Only when 2 soul scholars use the same soul technique can the strength of 2 soul scholars be distinguished. Oh, so it's like that. Xiao Hua raised his eyebrows. Just as he was about to speak, Li Zongbao said indifferently, Xiao Hua, don't ask too much. If you want to know the depth of a soul scholar, there's a chance in front of you. What? Xiao Hua was stunned. He swept his Buddhist awareness forward and couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. About 10 miles ahead, a vague human figure was standing in mid-air. This figure was surrounded by a thick black fog, so Li Zongbao couldn't see his face. Although he didn't know whether this figure was looking for trouble, how could Li Zongbao not be vigilant when he was right in front of the flying boat? Young Master Li. Ziming seemed to release her soul remembrance again. She whispered, let's change direction and see if this soul scholar is looking for us. Yes. Li Zongbao nodded slightly. He urged his magic power, and the airship roared as it charged in the direction Ziming pointed. Xiao Hua's Buddha's consciousness remained in that place. He saw that the figure didn't move at first, but when the airboat flew a few miles away, the figure suddenly disappeared. When Xiao Hua hurriedly used his Buddha's consciousness to search in front of the airboat, the figure had already arrived in front of the airboat. This figure's speed wasn't necessarily fast, but its whereabouts were really strange. It actually avoided Xiao Hua's Buddhist awareness. It wasn't inferior to the demon realm's concealment techniques. It seems we don't have to hide anymore, Xiao Hua said indifferently. This soul scholar should be coming for us. Young Master Xiao, this soul scholar looks very powerful. Ziming bit her lips and said, let's turn back. The airship should be faster than his flying speed. It doesn't matter. Xiao Hua shrugged. I'm going to Hutu stronghold to see Zai, so I'll send Ziming back while I'm at it. It's best if we don't provoke the soul scholars of Meng Mountain. Yes, thank you, young master, Ziming said in a low voice with a rare smile on her face. But when she raised her head and released her soul sense, as if to search for the right direction, her face suddenly lost all color and turned deathly pale. Ziming. Seeing this, Xiao Hua hurriedly released his Buddhist awareness. However, not to mention 10 kilometers, even within 100 kilometers, there didn't seem to be anything strange. Except for that strange figure that was still hovering in the air. Young Master Xiao. Ziming bit her lips and said, the whereabouts of my soul scholars, or many of my Meng Mountain's soul scholars can shield themselves from the Dao sect's divine awareness. If they don't want to be discovered by cultivators like you, they can hide with a simple soul technique. Moreover, young Master's divine awareness has already been injured. So that's how it is. Xiao Hua suddenly understood. No wonder the Dao sect's cultivators were so afraid of the millions of Meng Mountain's soul scholars. This soul technique was really mysterious. When facing a soul scholar, cultivators really didn't have the confidence and were somewhat afraid. -11. Chapter 2874. Have we been surrounded by them all this time? Xiao Hua asked faintly as he narrowed his eyes and stared at the white fog in front of them that didn't dissipate under the sunlight. Indeed. Ziming nodded. Although I can't see some places, I can still detect them with my soul sense. These soul warriors should be here for me. Those maidservants of yours. I'm afraid we can't find them either, Li Zongbao said from the side. I hope I won't see one or two of them again. Ziming's expression slowly calmed down as she said faintly. Let's go, Tilda senior brother. Let's go and see what's so powerful about these millions of soul cultivators of Meng Mountain. Xiao Hua exhaled a long breath and said coldly as he pointed at the direction of the human figure. It didn't take long for them to arrive at a place that was barren and dry. There wasn't even the slightest bit of greenery, and yellow sand could be seen in many places. Ziming looked around curiously and said in a low voice, strange, why would the land of Meng Mountain have such a landscape? However, she only muttered a few words before her eyes were attracted by the human figure. Sure enough, this human figure was different from what she could see with her Buddhist sense. It was a big man about 10 feet tall. This big man was wearing very little animal skin, and his limbs were exposed under the sunlight. This big man's skin was abnormally dark, and strange runes were engraved on his skin. These runes looked like bone grains, and each bone grain had a ghost head the size of a grain of rice attached to it. When the sunlight shone on it, it didn't reflect the usual 7 colors, but only a layer of green light slowly overflowed. This green light not only blocked everyone's vision, but there were also wisps of black energy lingering around it. Looking behind this big man, about 1,000 feet away, there were a few more human figures wrapped in black clothes flying in the air. These black figures were scattered widely, and as far as the eyes could see, they surrounded the airship. Ziming took out her bone staff from her brocade pouch and flew into the air. Xiao Hua didn't dare to be negligent and hurriedly flew into the air as well, staying several feet away from Ziming. Ziming looked around and scolded sternly, "Who are you? How dare you block the way here? Do you know who I am?" As he spoke, Ziming waved his hand and took out a fist-sized object. This object was crystal clear and abnormally white. It was like a crystal, but it was still in the shape of a skeleton. Ziming pointed his finger, and the crystal skeleton flew into the air. As Ziming waved his bone staff, he chanted the same shaman language as Xiao Mao. Tung tilde with a muffled sound, black smoke flew out from the crystal skull. The black smoke rushed into the sky, and a loud sound resounded. Then, the black smoke gradually transformed, and a strange person appeared. This humanoid figure had a human body and a snake tail. What was strange was that it had 7 arms on its back. These 7 arms were holding something strange, but its specific shape could not be seen clearly. Moreover, this humanoid figure also had 2 arms in front. These 2 arms were holding 2 flying snakes. The flying snakes seemed to have a pair of wings. They looked like they were flying, and their ferocious snake heads were very eye-catching. Xiao Hua sucked in a breath of cold air. This humanoid figure looked a little similar to the god statue of Shang Hua Ming. Moreover, from the strangeness of this humanoid figure, it looked a little similar to the great god Shui by that Xiao Maro activated. Needless to say, this must be the great god Hutu that Ziming spoke of. This is the great shaman token of the Hutian stronghold. You are all soul cultivators of Meng Mountain. How dare you not salute the great shaman token? Ziming shouted sternly again. Ziming's great shaman token was indeed useful. Among the black figures on the left, several of them bowed slightly. Even the soul warrior at the front bowed. You still have me, the great god Hutu, in your eyes. At least you have a bottom line. Ziming sneered, if that's the case, you should know who I am. Do you know that you have committed a great crime of disrespect by stopping me here? Ha 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 tilde. While Ziming was speaking, a soul warrior also dressed in black flew over from afar. After saluting the great shaman token, he laughed and said, we naturally respect the great god Hutu and the great god Shui Bai. As for those below the great god, they are all the children and people of the great god. You are neither G-man of Hutu stronghold nor G-man of Shui Bai stronghold. What harm is there in blocking your path? Who are you? Ziming heard this person's hoarse voice and sneered, we, the people of Meng Mountain, have never hidden our faces. By doing this, are you still the descendant of the two great gods? You don't need to know who I am. That person did not say much. As for whether or not I am the descendant of the great gods, only the great gods will know. You don't need to know either. Take out the soul-extinguishing lamp. For the sake of the great god Hutu, I won't make things difficult for you too much. I was ordered to do this by someone else. Don't force me to do it. Soul-falling lamp. You really came for the soul-falling lamp. Ziming sneered, looks like my maidservants won't be able to see it for the rest of their lives, right? That's right. Since you already know, why do you have to say it so bluntly? That person laughed. Besides, the soul-falling lamp has been in your hands for decades. Don't you think it's time to change the person? You can't light it up yourself, so why do you keep blocking others from trying? I can't light it up, and there's still midnight. Who has the right to speak? Ziming said indifferently, even if that person wants to try, he has to line up and wait for decades. Besides, if you take away the soul-falling lamp from me, will that person be able to light it up? If that person lights it up, will Elder Wu and G-Man agree? Ha ha ha. That person laughed, if you are honest, it will be difficult for me. If you are so stubborn, it will be easy for me to do this. Now that the village lacks candidates for G-Man and Elder Wu, do you think that if someone holds the soul-falling lamp, G-Man will ask? In addition, midnight, hey, Ziming, how long do you think you will keep this secret from others? After that person finished speaking, he paused for a moment and laughed coldly. With this secret, even if that person lights up the soul-falling lamp, how will you explain it in front of G-Man? You, who are you? Ziming turned pale with fright. He first looked back at Xiao Hua and said loudly, how do you know all this? Ziming, Midnight has already been dead for 20 years, right? That person said indifferently. Looking at Ziming's panicked expression, he was very proud, or, it's even longer. Do you think that the two of you have done it perfectly? Even if the two of you are twin brother and sister, who wouldn't find something fishy after a long time? Hearing that, Xiao Hua was shocked. He hurriedly looked at Ziming with a thoughtful look in his eyes. Ziming seemed to have eyes behind his back. At this moment, he hurriedly turned his head and said apologetically, fellow Daoist Xiao, I have let you see a joke. Originally, I wanted to wait until we reached the Back Earth village to tell you about it. But there is no other way. To actually encounter such a sudden change here, I am also helpless. Xiao Hua heard those extremely familiar words. If not for Ziming's female disguise, this would really be Ziyi who was admiring the snow with Xiao Hua in Sky Patrol City. Ziming. Fairy Hong Xia and Li Zongbao also kept the flying boat at this moment. They came behind Ziming and whispered, what you said earlier, your biggest wish in this life, is to revive Ziyi. That's right. Ziming nodded slightly and gritted his teeth. That's why I want two people to hold the soul-losing lamp in my hands. It's not for the position of G-Man in the back Earth village, but for the hope of reviving Ziyi. Seeing that Ziming was ignoring him, the man was not in a hurry. He waited for Ziming to finish his words, then continued with a smile. Besides, Ziming, you've colluded with the cultivators of Daoist sect and infiltrated Meng Mountains. You've even instigated a dispute between Patriarch Wu of Shebi village, all for the sake of seizing the position of G-Man. Don't you think that even if I kill you and send you back to the embrace of Hutu great god, G-Man and Patriarch Wu will not blame me? Little Six. It's really you. Ziming's face showed that he was enlightened and even a little excited. As early as when Master Kuchin was killed, I thought that it might be you. But thinking about it, you also owe Master Kuchin a favor. How could you kill him so ruthlessly? What I really didn't expect was that you were so ambitious. You actually took advantage of the time when Master Kuchin repaired the soul-losing lamp to kill him. It's also because he saw an acquaintance like you that he did not have his guard up. Master Kuchin? That person was stunned. Then, he stretched out his hand and pulled down the black cloth covering his face from his head. He said coldly, "What does Master Kuchin's life have to do with me? If I didn't want you to know, how could you know it was me?" You. Hu Yang. Fairy Hong Xia and Li Zongbao were stunned. Even Xiao Hua was surprised. Although they thought that this Hu Yang must be the son of Hutu village and had some relationship with Ziming, they did not expect that the two of them would have such a conflict of interest that it had reached the point of life and death. Young Master Li has seen Zi Yang before? Ziming immediately understood. That's right. This guy called himself Hu Yang. He and you killed my people. Li Zongbao said coldly, I didn't expect. Enemies really don't meet. We meet again here. A person who changed his name and hid his head and tail when he got there. Xiao Hua sneered. He felt a little apologetic. He did not believe Ziming that day. Otherwise, so many things would not have happened. Ziming is Hu Ming. Zi Yang is also Hu Yang. My Hutu village has always used Hu as our surname. This Ziming can also be called Hu Ming. Zi Yang smiled faintly. You Dao sect cultivators have always been self-righteous, pouring dirty water on others. This seat does not care anymore. As for Master Kuchin, this seat wants to kill him. But this seat will not take the risk of being punished by G-Man to find trouble with him. Moreover, he has already repaired the soul-losing lamp. This seat can't thank him enough. -11. Chapter 2875. If it wasn't you, then why did Grandmaster Kuchin leave behind the word 6? Ziming said coldly, isn't the word 6 meant to remind me to be careful of you, little 6? Page, whatever you say. Zi Yang didn't care at all. After today, there will be no more Ziming in this world, and there will be no more Ziyi. I will report to G-Man that Grandmaster Kuchin was ambushed by Dao sect's cultivators in order to repair your soulful lamp, and you, Ziming, because you fought against Dao sect's cultivators, you returned to Hutu great god's embrace during the sacrificial night. Let them wait for a few decades before finding another descendant with your memories. Hehe, little 6, do you think you are the only smart one? Ziming sneered, don't you think that without G-Man and Elder Wu, I would have been able to pretend to be Ziyi for so many years? Is that important? Zi Yang didn't care at all. Since they agreed to let you pretend to be Ziyi, they must be afraid that someone would shake the foundation of Hutu stronghold because of G-Man or Elder Wu's position. After all, if I lit up the soulful lamp in front of G-Man, Elder Wu, and the other elders of Hutu stronghold, would they not let me take the position of Elder Wu's substitute? Besides, why don't you think about it? How would I know that the soulful lamp is broken? Sigh, it's a little complicated. Listening to Ziming and Zi Yang's conversation, Xiao Hua could tell that the fight for Elder Wu and G-Man's position in Hutu stronghold was complicated. Hearing this, Ziming's expression changed again, but she still looked around in disbelief. Little 6, even if you and I can fight for G-Man and Elder Wu's position, but, you and I have the same bloodline. You actually set up such a formation here. Are you trying to take my life? Ziming, you still don't understand. Ziyang said indifferently, the Meng Mountains of today is no longer the Meng Mountains of the past. Not only do we have to leave Meng Mountains and step foot into the Sword region and the 3 dynasties of cultivators, many sword cultivators and cultivators are also mingling among the descendants of Meng Mountains. That Yi Yu from Shibi was originally a swordsman from the Sword region, and now, he has become the servant of Shibi village. The one who just appeared with the bloodline of the great god Zabai is a cultivator who grew up in the country of Shi. Look, there are also cultivators from the 3 countries behind you. Don't you think, there's no difference between me wanting your life and others wanting yours? I want to see how you're going to take my life. Ziming said coldly, I'd like to see which one of the people of Hutu village dares to attack me. Ha ha ha, Ziming, you think too highly of yourself. If you become the G-man of the Hutu stronghold, it won't take long. My Hutu stronghold will be swallowed up by Shi by stronghold. Ziyang laughed loudly. Ziming feels good, but I feel even better. Xiao Hua sneered, if you become the elder shaman of Hutu village, my 3 dynasties of cultivators will definitely suffer. Let me choke you to death today. After saying that, Xiao Hua slapped his forehead and was about to use the nascent soul's hand. Unfortunately, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth around Xiao Hua abruptly converged, but the shocking might had only just risen when it instantly transformed into smoke and clouds. Haha tilde Xiao Hua. Ziyang, who was not far away, said with a smile, the pain of having your divine sense burned by hydorigami must be very uncomfortable, right? Now that you don't have your divine sense, you're like the soul beasts of Meng Mountains without wings. I'd like to see what other divine abilities you have. Xiao Hua's expression was also unsightly. Indeed, using the nascent soul's hand not only required magic power, but also divine sense and pressure. He had just sent out his divine sense when an uncontrollable pain came from his divine sense that had yet to recover, forcing him to withdraw his divine sense. Needless to say, since the nascent soul's hand couldn't be used, then other magical techniques couldn't be used. Just as Ziyang said, Xiao Hua was like a strong man with his hands tied. He had strength but couldn't move. There's still me. Li Zongbao said coldly as he slapped his hand and took out the immortal slaughtering whip. Don't forget Fairy Hong Xia also stretched out her hand and took out the phoenix token. Seeing Fairy Hong Xia's phoenix token again, Ziyang's eyes flashed with a strange light. It seemed to be a kind of eagerness, but also a kind of greed. Don't worry, I've already prepared everything for you. Not a single one will be left behind. Ziyang clapped his hands, and a crisp sound of clapping rang out. Around everyone, about 30 meters away, 9 soul warriors dressed in pitch-black robes flew out, their bodies emitting black smoke. They surrounded Xiao Hua and the others. At this moment, the spirit warrior near Ziyang waved his hand and a foot-long bone staff appeared in his hand. A gust of strong wind was generated and flew towards Xiao Hua and the others. There were 2 forces in this gust of wind. One was as hot as fire, and the other was as cold as snow. You're the spirit warrior of Shebi village. Ziming sensed the gust of wind and his expression changed slightly. Since you know, then don't make things difficult for me. The face of the big man was covered by the black fog, making it impossible to see clearly. When he heard Ziming's reprimand, he coldly said, I respect you as a descendant of Hutu village, so I won't make things difficult for you. My opponent today is this cultivator from Dao sect. Xiao Hua is the benefactor of Hutu village, and the benefactor of Meng Mountains. With me here, don't you dare touch a single hair of his. Ziming couldn't say anything about Xiao Hua, so he could only reprimand the spirit warrior. The spirit warrior indifferently looked at the image of Hutu god on the shaman token and said, You have the shaman token, so you're a descendant of Meng Mountains. I won't make things difficult for you. I'll ask Xiao Hua, are you going to come out on your own? Or do you want me to kill these cultivators? The gust of wind was circling above Xiao Hua and the others. It was as sharp as a pair of scissors as it alternated between hot and cold. It was as if it could destroy everything in between the hot and cold wind. Xiao Hua had already sensed that even if his divine sense was intact, it wouldn't be easy to deal with these wind blades, let alone now that his divine sense was injured. Li Zongbao and Fairy Hong Xia were only foundation establishment cultivators. Even if they had the immortal slaughtering whip and the phoenix token, they wouldn't be a match for this spirit warrior. It seemed that he could only lure this spirit warrior away first. Just as Xiao Hua's thoughts were stirred, a crisp phoenix cry rang out. Fairy Hong Xia released her phoenix celestial body, and a towering aura pressed down on the spirit warrior. Tilda, with such power, you can't even compare to my family's soul beast, and you still dare to show off in front of me. The spirit warrior sneered. With a wave of his hand, dozens of wind blades appeared on the phoenix celestial body. With a humming sound, they all cut towards the phoenix celestial body. The phoenix celestial body flapped its wings, and dozens of thin streams of primordial water appeared. They were like chains that were linked together, blocking the wind blades. Oh? Nether primordial water? The spirit warrior was slightly surprised. No wonder you dare to be so arrogant. So you have such a rare item. However, the spirit warrior's cold wind blades didn't stop. They cut into the primordial water at an extremely fast speed. Pa, 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 many tiny sounds rang out, like firecrackers exploding. All the cold and hot wind blades rushed into the primordial water. Then, without waiting for the phoenix celestial body to make any other moves, peng, peng, peng tilde, a series of sounds rang out. It was similar to the sound just now, but it was much louder. Xiao Hua's gaze swept over. All the primordial water released by Fairy Hong Xia had been shattered by the wind blades, turning into droplets of water that scattered in the air. This method is too strange. Xiao Hua was somewhat shocked. This primordial water was extremely strange. Even he didn't have any way to deal with it. He didn't expect this spirit warrior to break it so easily. But Xiao Hua's shock was just beginning. The phoenix celestial body flapped its wings again, and a watery light appeared in the surrounding dozens of feet. The droplets that had been shattered by the wind blades earlier also turned into water threads. Those water threads were like sharp flying swords, sealing off the surrounding dozens of feet of space. The spirit warrior's actions made him even more shocked. Hey! The soul warrior was clearly taken aback. But then, he saw the water silks surrounding him, and the wings of the phoenix celestial body spread out. The wings were releasing a strong restrictive force, as if they were trying to squeeze the space within a few dozen meters under the wings. You're quite strong. No wonder you dare to come to Meng Mountains. The spirit warrior's voice rang out. Boom. A strong hurricane was born from the spirit warrior's body. It was as if several dragons were madly rushing towards the phoenix celestial body. This hurricane was both hot and cold. As it spun, it easily tore apart the primordial water threads. Moreover, the restrictive force of the primordial water was also torn apart. Seeing the hurricane attack the phoenix celestial body, Xiao Hua knew that Fairy Hong Xia wouldn't be able to easily block it. He quickly slapped his hand and took out a mace. His body turned into a shadow as he used the wind escape technique to smash towards the spirit warrior. He shouted, "You want this daddy to come over? Then eat this daddy's mace first." Xiao Hua's wind escape technique was extremely fast within the hurricane. As he spoke, he was already in front of the spirit warrior. The huge mace whistled through the air and smashed into the spirit warrior's forehead. "Hey, you finally came out." The soul warrior sneered and waved his bone staff again. A green brilliance emerged from the bone staff. Accompanying this green brilliance was a powerful force that blocked the spiked club. Furthermore, the several hurricanes that had been blown out earlier suddenly turned around. It was as if the soul warrior had already anticipated Xiao Hua's attack. These hurricanes were nothing more than a feint, that's all. These tornadoes were like a giant hand, pressing down on Xiao Hua's body from all sides. That powerful force was like a fist blocking the front of the mace. Boom! A loud sound rang out as the mace hit the green brilliance. That powerful force was defeated by Xiao Hua's attack. The green brilliance scattered in the air like a pile of tattered green seal characters floating in the air. The spirit warrior's body was lifted up by Xiao Hua's mace in an instant. The spirit warrior was barely able to stabilize himself after the black aura around his body rapidly curled up. The spirit warrior looked at Xiao Hua in surprise. -11. Chapter 2876. The soul warrior didn't expect Xiao Hua's strength to be so great. But what the soul warrior didn't expect was that this wasn't the end of it. He watched as a large hand and scissor-like hurricane blew towards him from behind. Although the sharpness of the wind couldn't be seen, the feeling of it being able to split apart a boulder had already attracted Xiao Hua's attention. Xiao Hua's figure moved slightly. His feet seemed to be using some kind of strange footwork. The wind that sealed off all the angles behind him, and the wind that imprisoned his body, unexpectedly flashed past him one by one. Although Xiao Hua's clothes were a bit scattered, and although the light protecting Xiao Hua's body was somewhat extinguished, Xiao Hua was still completely unscathed. Evasion technique. The soul warrior was slightly astonished. The black aura on his face somewhat receded, revealing an old man with a somewhat blurred face. Of course, this old man didn't want Ziming to see his true face, so he still couldn't let anyone see it clearly. How about it? Old bastard. Xiao Hua coldly said, "Eat this daddy's club." As he spoke, Xiao Hua urged his body to move forward again. Once again, the wolf-tooth club struck towards the soul warrior's forehead. The soul warrior didn't dare to be negligent. Still waving his bone staff, several large hand-like forces were generated and blocked in front of Xiao Hua. Your soul force seems to be a bit weak. Xiao Hua sneered. His arm once again increased the strength of his bone staff by 30%. In an instant, the force released by the bone staff was defeated. His body actually managed to close in to the soul warrior by a jong. Immediately after, Xiao Hua opened his mouth and the dream executor and mountain splitter flew out. Don't think that you're the only smart people in this world. At this moment, a strange smile appeared on the soul warrior's face. Not good. Seeing this, Xiao Hua immediately knew that the situation wasn't good. As the flying sword in his mouth rushed out, his body suddenly retreated. However, he was still too late. Just as he was about to fly away, a powerful force was born from his heart. As if his heart was about to explode, it rushed through his blood vessels. Xiao Hua was greatly alarmed. As he spoke, he couldn't retract his mace in time. His left hand immediately clutched his chest, doing his utmost to suppress it. It was as if he was trying to resist the explosion that was about to jump out of his chest. Moreover, the feeling of his blood vessels exploding instantly filled his entire body. A kind of numbness and uncontrollable swelling came from his hands and feet. What kind of soul technique is this? Xiao Hua hastily released his soul strands again. Only when all the soul strands protected Xiao Hua did this uncontrollable explosion show signs of decreasing. The soul warrior's body was glowing with a green light. Although the expression on his face couldn't be seen, one could tell from his tone that he was surprised. He didn't understand why his soul technique didn't work. An intense sword hum suddenly rang out. Xiao Hua no longer dared to hide his strength. The sword elemental energy around his body was activated. In a flash of sword light, a giant sword appeared around Xiao Hua. With a flash of sword light, the giant sword slashed towards the soul warrior. Interesting. It's actually comparable to a sword transformation swordsman. The soul warrior laughed. The bone staff in his hand waved again. The same heat as the giant sword soared into the sky and hit Xiao Hua's giant sword. Boom! With a loud sound, the sword's gleam overflowed and the heat wave dispersed. The soul warrior's body was once again sent flying by Xiao Hua's greatsword. But the moment the gleam of the sword shattered, Xiao Hua's body suddenly transformed into a gust of wind and rushed towards the soul warrior who was sent flying. The soul warrior was not afraid. He opened his hand again and was about to hit out with his bone staff. At this time, Xiao Hua's figure suddenly disappeared. Just when the soul warrior hesitated, Xiao Hua's figure actually appeared beside the soul warrior. Following Xiao Hua's appearance was the 5 elements wishful heaven staff. The head of the staff fell on the soul warrior's bone staff. The soul warrior was stunned at first and immediately understood Xiao Hua's mind. His bone staff was too late to withdraw. The soul warrior immediately urged his soul power. A green light was born from the bone staff. Hundreds of tentacle-like cold air rushed out with the green light, blocking Xiao Hua's wishful heaven staff. There was a crisp sound, like glass breaking. The green light and the cold and hot air could not stop Xiao Hua's full blow. The wishful heaven staff hit the bone staff. The soul warrior was shocked. But it was not only that. The bone staff had just been broken. 2 green and red sword lights were born from Xiao Hua's chest. It looked like a sword gourd. The green and red sword lights had already flown out. They immediately turned into a thin thread and wrapped around the spirit warrior's neck. The spirit warrior only had enough time to wave his hand once, but the bone staff in his hand was already broken. How could he still make any movement? Then, without waiting for the soul warrior to do anything, his head that had not yet revealed his face was reined in by the sword light. Xiao Hua was forced to leave the side of Red Dawn Fairy and the others by this unknown soul warrior. Seeing the hurricane under the Phoenix celestial body slightly hovering to counterattack Xiao Hua, Red Dawn Fairy's back was covered with a layer of cold sweat. It was as Xiao Hua expected. Red Dawn Fairy's Phoenix celestial body was not the opponent of this soul warrior. If it was hit by the cold hurricane, the Phoenix celestial body would be seriously injured. However, seeing the hurricane counterattack Xiao Hua, Red Dawn Fairy was anxious. She wanted to help Xiao Hua. However, before she could make another move, an indescribable killing intent and an unfathomable deathly stillness came from all around her. The 9 black-robed soul warriors that surrounded the group lifted their legs in unison, separating Fairy Hongxia and the rest from Xiao Hua. That kind of silence came from the 9 people. Ziyang, you actually called out the 9 divine guards. You. Seeing the 9 people's actions, Ziming panicked and said angrily, "Do you really want to force me into a corner? Heh. If it weren't for the divine guards, which soul warrior from Hutu stronghold and Shibai stronghold would dare to join hands with me?" Ziyang said coldly, "You think you can scare them with just your shaman token?" Then, Ziyang looked at the image of Hutu god in the sky and said, "You better keep your shaman token. Don't make a fool of yourself here." Me. Ziming coldly groaned and said, "Ziyang, since you have summoned your divine guards, you must have decided to kill me as well when you killed Master Ni Qin, right?" "That's right." Ziyang did not deny it. "The shaman elder's position is very important to me. Since you're standing in front of me, don't blame me for being impolite." Ziming frowned and looked at Ziyang from head to toe. "When did you learn to call yourself this seat? When did you throw our blood ties to the back of your mind? When I knew that Ziyi was dead, you hid this secret and wanted to take G-Man's position for yourself." Ziyang said without hesitation, "Since you didn't even give me a chance, why should I care about our family ties? Is power really more important than family ties?" Ziming looked at the black smoke on the shaman token and waved the bone staff in his hand. The black smoke withdrew into the crystal skull. Ziming looked at the crystal skull and murmured, If I didn't want Ziyi to come back to life, if I didn't promise Ziyi that day, I would have given you this soul lamp." Ha ha ha. Ziyang laughed. "When the soul lamp is used, the soul will fall. When did you hear that the soul lamp can bring someone back to life? You killed Ziyi with the soul lamp, didn't you? You even took the soul lamp and said that you want to bring Ziyi back to life. This is just an excuse for you to miss G-Man's position. It's just a tool for you to control Hutu stronghold." Ziming's face turned pale and he shook his head. "You're not me. How do you know what I'm thinking? If you swear a soul oath right now, after you obtain the soul lamp, if you have the chance to learn its secret, you will definitely bring Ziyi back to life. Even if you want my life, I'll agree to it, not to mention giving you the soul-falling lamp. Do you think I'm stupid?" Ziyang pointed to the left. "Open your eyes and take a look. Xiao Hua, who you rely on, has already been blocked. The shaman token you rely on is also useless. What other tricks do you have up your sleeve against the divine guards? Even if these 2 are Foundation establishment cultivators, how can they be a match for the divine guards? With this kind of opportunity, What kind of deal would I want to make with you? You aren't little six. Ziming said word by word. Little six wouldn't be so inhumane. Ha ha ha, you've really lost your mind. Ziyang laughed again. You killed Ziyi and slandered me for not being Ziyang. Then who else can control Hutu stronghold? I'm afraid you're the only one, right? Ziming, you and I are no longer the children we used to be. If it's a memory from the past, I can talk about it. Besides, I've said so much to you, isn't it so that you can go in peace? People can change. In this world, there has never been anything that can remain unchanged for eternity. At this point, Ziyang clapped his hands. The sound was very strange, but when the 9 divine guards heard it, they raised their hands in unison and charged towards Ziming, Fairy Hongxia, and Li Zongbao. These 9 people were very strange. Not only did they not speak a word during this period of time, even when they were flying, they did not bend their knees naturally like ordinary people. What was special was that when these 9 people surrounded Fairy Hongxia and the rest, an extremely cold feeling arose around them, cutting off their connection with the outside world. Fairy Hongxia activated her cultivation technique but was unable to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth from the outside world. An uncontrollable feeling of suffocation arose from the bottom of her heart. Young Master Li, Sister Hongxia. Ziming slightly bit his lips and hesitated for a moment. When he saw the 9 divine guards flying towards them at a moderate pace, he reminded, these 9 divine guards are actually commonly known as iron corpses. However, they are more powerful than iron corpses. They have been tempered in the Hutu stronghold's netherworldly maelstrom. Not only are they invulnerable, even the flying swords of swordsmen are unable to harm them. Their only weakness is that they move slowly. If we can fight them from afar, we still have a chance to escape. However, I didn't expect Ziyang to be able to get them out of the netherworldly maelstrom. I was too careless. Now that we are surrounded by them, even I can't do anything. -11. Chapter 2877. Don't tell me, we're just going to surrender like this. Fairy Hongxia was a little displeased. After all, this was a matter between Ziming and Ziyang. It was also an internal affair of millions of Meng mountains. She had only known Ziming for a short period of time. Furthermore, Ziming had disguised herself as Ziyi and befriended Xiaohua. Fairy Hongxia was already displeased with Ziming, and now she was even more displeased. Besides, Fairy Hongxia was a cultivator of the Dao sect. She did not like the soul cultivators of millions of Meng mountains. Now that she was involved, how could she be as enthusiastic as Xiaohua? Ziming saw the coldness in Fairy Hongxia's eyes and understood that she did not know what to say to Fairy Hongxia. She glanced at Xiaohua and said, there are only 2 ways to break the soul formation of the 9 divine guard. One is to use an item of extreme yang. Xiaohua can concoct pills and refine items, so he must have some sort of true fire. This item is very useful to restrain the iron corpses. The second is to take away the soul vessel that controls the 9 divine guards from Ziyang. Without the control of the soul vessel, the 9 divine guards will not attack anyone. It's all nonsense. Fairy Hongxia said coldly. She clapped her hand and took out the phoenix token again. As far as I know, this is all I can do. Ziming bit her lips until they turned purple. She knew in her heart that Fairy Hongxia and Li Zongbao might have a chance to escape. However, Ziming had invited the 9 divine guards instead of soul warriors or shamans to deal with her. It was clear that she wanted to take her life. Facing the 9 divine guards, she had no way to deal with them. She could only rely on Fairy Hongxia and Li Zongbao. Fairy Hongxia and Ziming were whispering to each other. Li Zongbao, who was at the side, heard everything clearly. His feelings were similar to Fairy Hongxia's. Seeing the 9 divine guards closing in, Li Zongbao stretched out his hand and the immortal slaying whip appeared in his hand. He sneered and said, "Take this." As he spoke, Li Zongbao's face flushed red. The immortal slaughtering whip drew 2 golden rays and smashed towards the 2 divine guards closest to him, roar tilde like 2 dragons, The shadows of the whips drew an extremely beautiful arc in the air, sucking in all the spiritual chi of heaven and earth that could be absorbed, and pouncing toward the two stiff iron corpses. Li Zongbao had learned from Ziming that the 9 divine guards were very powerful. Otherwise, he would have lashed out at the 4 divine guard. The shadow of the whip was very sharp, and the magic power it contained was also very deep. One could tell just by listening to the sound of the wind. However, the 2 divine guards facing the immortal slaying whips continued to press on towards the trio. When the whips were almost in front of their eyes, they stretched out their arms and made a slight slash. A black light flashed and an indescribable vortex gushed out from the black light. These vortexes were only the size of a thumb and were distributed very evenly. Boom! The whips fell and scattered these vortexes. Wisps of black gas emerged from these vortexes but were still split into 2 by the whips. Bang! 2 loud sounds seemed to be produced at the same time. The immortal slaughtering whip had struck the 2 divine guards. A black brilliance flickered around the 2 divine guards. Wisps of black gas spurted out from their pitch-black robes. Soon after, the immortal slaughtering whip disappeared in the black gas and black light. The 2 divine guards merely paused for a moment. Even their robes were not damaged in the slightest. They continued to press on towards the 3. Li Zongbao's expression changed greatly. He was very confident in his immortal slaughtering whip. After all, it was a spiritual weapon. Even a 3rd-grade illusory sword could not withstand it. He did not believe that the flesh of these divine guards could be comparable to an illusory sword. However, he still underestimated Bai Xiaoshan's soul arts. These iron corpses tempered by the netherworld eye could really surpass an illusory sword. Swoosh! Ziming saw Li Zongbao make a move. He knew that Li Zongbao's cultivation was at the late foundation establishment stage. This kind of attack was extremely powerful. Although Ziming did not have any suitable soul arts, he had no choice but to make a move. As Ziming waved the bone staff in his hand, a pitch-black crack appeared in mid-air. A cold wind as strong as a flying sword blew out from within. Then, another 100 or so ghost heads rushed out from the crack. Together with the cold wind, they pounced on the iron corpse closest to Ziming. Moreover, Ziming's other hand didn't stop. He touched the brocade pouch at his waist and took out a pure white fingerbone that was over an inch long. He opened his mouth and spat a mouthful of blood essence on it. The fingerbone was instantly covered in blood veins. Ziming didn't dare to be careless. He muttered an incantation and threads of green light fell on the fingerbone. The cold wind blew on the divine guard in front of Ziming. Layers of black light were produced from the top of the divine guard's head. The black light enveloped the cold wind. Under the pressure of the black light, the cold wind turned into a whirlwind that revolved around the divine guard. Looking at the divine guard's natural movements, it was obvious that the divine guard was very familiar with this action. There was no sluggishness in his movement. The 100 or so ghostly heads aggressively charged at the divine guard like a torrential flood. The divine guard stretched out his arms and slowly clenched them with his stiff hands. As the black light flickered, the dozen or so ghostly heads in front of his arms immediately exploded. Popping sounds could be heard as the ghostly heads turned into black gas. They let out ear-piercing screams. The divine guard finally opened his mouth. Under his pitch-black robe, he opened his mouth and swallowed all the black gas into his stomach. The remaining ghostly heads were thrown into disarray. They fled in all directions in panic. However, the divine guard beside them extended his hand and in just a few moments, the 100 or so ghostly heads were all swallowed up by a few divine guards. They were of no use at all. Seeing this and sensing that there was no more spiritual energy of heaven and earth in the vicinity, Fairy Hong Xia waved her hand. The phoenix insignia streaked across the sky with a brilliant radiance. A cluster of 5 colors emerged from the phoenix insignia and enveloped Li Zongbao and the others in a brilliant radiance. When the 9 divine guards saw the multicolored brilliance of the phoenix token, it seemed as though they were afraid of the multicolored brilliance. They came to a halt and extended their hands. Black smoke emerged from their hands and shielded their bodies. The black radiance on their bodies flickered as though they were trying their best to resist the multicolored brilliance of the phoenix token. Huh! Ziming was a little surprised to see this. He sized up the phoenix insignia in Fairy Hongxia's hand with an odd expression. At this moment, the finger bone in her hand was already surrounded by a green radiance. Ziming concentrated again and tossed the finger bone in his hand. The finger bone flew into the air and instantly turned into a dark green flying sword that pierced towards one of the divine guards. That divine guard was blocking Fairy Hongxia's phoenix insignia. When he saw the flying sword piercing towards him, he grabbed with his hand. A black stream of air appeared and blocked the flying sword. Then, the flying sword flew towards the divine guard's hand. Ziming's face was very calm. Suddenly, he spat out a green light from his mouth. It was a green light that looked like a green seal character. The green light flew forward faster than the flying sword and landed on the flying sword. With a boom, a green light that was slightly thicker than a thumb flew out from the flying sword and headed straight for the divine guard's head. With a muffled sound, the green light hit the divine guard's head. The black radiance and black aura around the divine guard's head dissipated into nothingness. A skull that looked like a skull was revealed from the black aura. Traces of green light tore at the skull and left large cracks on it. The divine guard that revealed his face let out a furious roar. He bared his white teeth. Faint traces of black aura flowed out from his mouth and his lips turned scarlet. Following the divine guard's furious roar, traces of black aura flowed out from his face and rushed towards the wounds on his head. In just a few moments, the wounds were healed. The green light was also driven away by the black aura and disappeared without a trace. Ziming's green soul tool fell into the divine guard's hand. The divine guard's eyeless eyes looked at the soul tool in his hand. He pushed it into his mouth. With a crunching sound, the soul tool was chewed into pieces by the divine guard. Ziming narrowed her eyes and looked on expressionlessly. This was what she had expected. As expected of the descendant of Divine Mother Peafowl. This five-colored radiance is really difficult to deal with. Ziyang's voice sounded from behind the divine guards. Divine Mother Peafowl? Ziming frowned as though she had thought of something. Fairy Hongxia was completely confused. However, do you think it's possible to escape from my hands with just this five-colored radiance? Ziming smiled coldly. With a clap of his hand, a small wine cup flew into the air. Immediately, a foul stench of filth mixed with crimson-red light sprinkled onto the five-colored brilliance of the phoenix token. Squeak squeak tilde tilde, a series of noises came from the filth. The five-colored radiance immediately melted and rapidly shrank back into the phoenix token. This is the method of the demonic realm? Li Zongbao was stunned. Although there wasn't any demonic energy in the wine cup, the method of using filth to destroy a Dao sect's treasure had always been the work of a demonic cultivator. Li Zongbao's suspicions had only just risen when the filth started to wail like ghosts and howl like wolves. The bloody stench turned into tentacles and grabbed at the group. Moreover, without the five-colored radiance blocking them, the 9 divine guards flew towards Fairy Hongxia and the others again. The cold aura of death firmly locked onto the 3 of them. It seemed as though the 3 of them were doomed. Xiao Hua's Soul Slayer Yuan Light was forcefully shot out and took the Soul Warrior's head by surprise. But before Xiao Hua could rejoice, a sense of foreboding rose up from the bottom of his heart. That was because the head of the Soul Warrior wasn't bleeding from the neck. Instead, it was bleeding from the neck. Following that, the headless body of the Soul Warrior started to shrink. Like a bubble that had no air, it deflated in an instant. Not good. Xiao Hua knew that he had been tricked. He hurriedly pointed at the sword gourd and was about to shoot out the Soul Slayer Yuan Light again when he heard a sneer coming from the headless neck. As the body shrunk, a dwarf with a head half a size smaller than an ordinary person's and a body smaller than an ordinary person's appeared in the air. This dwarf's face was very wretched and his 2 small eyes stared straight at Green Bean. -11. Chapter 2878. I didn't expect you to have a sword. This is beyond this old man's expectations. The soul warrior clapped his hands and took out a palm-sized flag from the pouch at his waist. He coldly said, "If this old man didn't have a way to deal with you, I'm afraid I would have been defeated today." This voice was perfectly articulated, and it was the language of the three kingdoms. Go tilde Xiao Hua didn't waste time with him. The spirit-slaying light from the sword gourd flew out and twisted towards the soul warrior's head. Whoosh tilde the soul warrior wasn't afraid at all. He swung the flag in his hand and a black smoke appeared above his head. When the spirit-slaying light fell into it, it seemed to be stuck in a quagmire and couldn't move. Go to hell! The soul warrior's body flashed with green light. Following the soul warrior's roar, a green light rushed into the flag. The soul warrior's face immediately shrank as if he had used up his life essence. He seemed to have aged 10 years and his entire body was somewhat stooped. However, when the green light landed on the black flag, the black aura on the flag flourished. The corner of the flag swept towards Xiao Hua, and a faint, almost invisible black light flashed. Xiao Hua suddenly felt dizzy, and the world spun around him. His entire body was sluggish, and he was like a wooden person, standing in the air without feeling anything. Ha 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 tilde Zi Yang had been paying attention to this from a distance. When he saw Xiao Hua being restrained by the Soul Warrior and Red Dawn Fairy and the rest being torn apart by the Divine Guards, he couldn't help but laugh wildly. However, at this moment, the spirit-slaying light and spirit-slaying light that were previously taken into the Buddhist Association flew out from the mouth of the dumbstruck Xiao Hua. They hovered in front of Xiao Hua as if they were protecting their master. The Soul Warrior was somewhat stunned, but he didn't stop. He waved the black flag in his hand and completely ignored the sword gourd and the flying sword. He attacked Xiao Hua. At this critical moment, the situation changed again. Damn it, who dares to fight in front of this old man's door and not say hello to this old man? Do you want to die? At this critical moment, the endless yellow sand under everyone's feet surged rapidly, and a huge whirlpool appeared from the yellow sand. Then, the yellow sand suddenly rose, and a figure of several tens of feet in size stood up from the yellow sand. An extremely hot aura swept through the surrounding space of several hundreds of feet. Ah! This figure appeared too abruptly. The spirit warrior could not help but stare blankly. When he saw the figure clearly, he could not help but cry out in alarm. He saw that this was a 3-jong tall giant. Wasn't this the Hanba that Zi Yang had been chasing earlier? However, the current drought demon was different from before. After not seeing it for dozens of days, most of the red hair on its body had faded, leaving only less than an inch long covering its body. The phosphorescence on its red hair had also disappeared. Instead, its skin bulged like runes under the red hair. Furthermore, the red hair on Hanba's face had all faded away, revealing a large, ferocious face. Its crimson eyes were glaring at the Soul Warrior with an ominous glint. Most importantly, Hanba's arms and legs were already moving freely. Although there was still a bit of stiffness, it was fundamentally different from before. Hanba's entire body was draped in a large animal skin that covered all of his private parts. A man wearing the uniform of the Shibai village was sitting on his broad shoulders. The man pointed his finger at the spirit warrior and spoke a few words in a resolute and decisive manner. Although his pronunciation was very obscure, the man's eyes were filled with anger. If it wasn't kill him, what else could it be? This man was the one that Hanba had kidnapped, Xiao Mao. Oh my god! Hanba's voice was very hoarse, even a bit rough. But this voice sounded very similar to what Xiao Mao had said. Immediately after, Hanba stretched out its large hand and grabbed at the Soul Warrior who was about to flee. A black aura surged around the Soul Warrior's body. The black light was also chaotic. The Soul Warrior hurriedly waved the black flag in his hand. The flag emitted a green light in an attempt to protect the Soul Warrior's body. But as soon as the green light entered the Soul Warrior's body, the Soul Warrior's body began to violently swell. With a pa sound, the Soul Warrior's body exploded from the inside out into a fine powder of flesh and blood. Then, Haidarigami waved its hand and the black flag fell into its hand. Hanba seemed to be asking Xiao Mao something. Xiao Mao looked worriedly at the dumbstruck Xiao Hua and then at the panicked Zi Yang. Impatiently, he said a few words. Hanba's appearance was very sudden. Killing the soul warrior was also very easy. Everything happened in the span of a few breaths. Zi Yang seemed to have yet to recover from his shock. Or perhaps, Zi Yang was really unwilling to let go of such a good opportunity to kill Ziming. He was somewhat hesitant in his heart as he pondered how to deal with it. Which, as the saying goes, enemies meet on a narrow path. Hu Yang, we meet again. Xiao Mao flew up from Hanba's body. His body was also suffused with an indescribable hot aura. As he spoke, he waved his hand. What seemed like a flame, but also like a blood-red light. In short, a rapid splendor sprinkled down. It fell right below the wine goblet where there was a lot of filth. All the filth in the splendor actually flashed into threads of fire. These threads of fire strangely wrapped around the filth, and in the blink of an eye, all the filth was burned away. Without the corrosion of the filth, the five-colored splendor of the phoenix token shone brightly again. When Hanba appeared, the 9 divine guards were already somewhat alarmed and stopped in their tracks. However, under Zi Yang's command, they did not retreat. At this moment, the five-colored splendor was so bright that the iron corpses could not help but retreat. They appeared to be scattered. At this moment, Hanba's figure flew up. The black flag in her hand suddenly exploded. Waves of black gas were emitted from within. Hanba breathed on the flag and all the black gas disappeared. All that was left in the black gas was a soul essence that looked like a bird. This bird was very strange. It actually had 3 legs. Following the appearance of the bird's soul essence, the dumbstruck Xiao Hua suddenly opened his eyes. It was as if he had woken up from a dream. The dream executor and mountain splitter that were protecting him let out 2 joyful sword cries. Xiao Hua looked around. When he saw Hanba and Xiao Mao, a trace of astonishment flashed across his eyes. When he saw the 9 divine guards surrounding Fairy Hongxia and the others, his gaze fell on the alarmed Zi Yang. Naturally, the smell of blood that entered his nose made him extremely fearful. He looked at Hanba, who had already thrown away the 3-legged bird's soul essence and flew towards Xiao Mao. Zi Yang was filled with regret. In the blink of an eye, the entire situation had been reversed. He really should have left the moment Hanba appeared. Big brother Xiao Mao gave up on Zi Yang and turned his head to shout with concern. No worries. Xiao Hua smiled and waved his hand. Good. Xiao Mao's eyes flashed with ferocity. He coldly looked at Zi Yang and said, Hu Yang, hand over your life. As he spoke, Xiao Mao once again stretched out his hand and chanted in a low voice. His arm was like Hanba's grabbing hand. An indescribable palpitation and an uncontrollable explosion erupted from his blood. Damn it. How could Zi Yang not know that this was the power of the blood lineage of the great god Shibai's descendant? He hurriedly tapped the bone staff in his hand and a thick layer of darkness appeared around his body, firmly enveloping him. He then clapped his hands and the 9 divine guards howled and pounced towards Xiao Mao. Zi Yang then turned into a cloud of black smoke and fled into the distance. Hanba let out a furious roar. A torrential heat once again swept across the space of several dozen feet. In an instant, the death aura of the 9 iron corpses was swept away. The 9 iron corpses immediately panicked and fled in all directions like headless flies. You want to leave? How is this possible? Xiao Mao waved his hand and wanted to use the power of his blood lineage again. However, his face flashed with a green light and there was no movement. Clearly, he was not proficient in using the power of his blood lineage. Xiao Mao saw that Zi Yang had already flown several dozen feet away and hurriedly gave out a few orders. Hanba actually laughed. The ferocious expression on her face seemed to have turned pure and honest. She stretched out her hand that still had some red hair and a strange aura rushed out. Young Master Xiao, have mercy, Ziming shouted. She was still unwilling to part with her family. Unfortunately, Xiao Mao did not know Ziming and did not even acknowledge her. Xiao Mao. Xiao Hua knew what Ziming was thinking and hurriedly called out. Unfortunately, it was already too late to send a message through word. With a muffled bang, a bloody light appeared again. The thick black aura around Zi Yang's body was unable to block Hanba's attack. After a few surges, it still exploded from the inside. However, Zi Yang was not that dwarf spirit warrior. He had the blood lineage of the great god Hutu and was somewhat resistant to Hanba's attack. The right half of Zi Yang's body had exploded, but the left half of his body was still intact. GGGG just in time, Xiao Maro also gave the order. Hanba retracted her hand and a resentful expression appeared on her ugly face. However, at this moment, just as Zi Ming was about to fly over, Zi Yang's body slightly swayed and disappeared from the sky. A concealment technique? Seeing this, Xiao Hua could not help but be alarmed. Without hesitation, he pointed his finger at the sword gourd and shouted, "Quick tilde." Following Xiao Hua's incantation, the soul-slaying Yuan light rushed out from the sword gourd and flew into the place where Zi Yang's body disappeared. A miserable scream came from not far away. Zi Yang's head and a bloody light appeared in the sky along with the scream, "Young Master Xiao." Zi Ming turned pale with fright. His flying body unconsciously stopped in the sky and looked into the distance in a daze. However, right in front of Zi Ming's eyes, the moment all of Zi Yang's corpses fell from the sky, a pitch-black demonic shadow flew out from the corpses and fled into the distance in a panic. Demonic person. Zi Ming's eyes flashed with a fierce light. A kind of realization came from the bottom of his heart. All of his previous doubts had an explanation. Zi Ming's face was cold. He waved the bone staff in his hand and a black aura rushed out and trapped the demonic shadow. -11. Chapter 2879. I have a use for this. Xiao Hua indifferently said, "Ziyi, can you capture this demon?" Ever since he found out that Zi Ming was Ziyi, this was the first time Xiao Hua had called him Ziyi. Although it was a faint Ziyi, Zi Ming's heart immediately burned with passion. The familial love that Zi Yang had emptied earlier immediately overflowed again. "No problem, fellow Xiao." Zi Ming faintly smiled. With a pat of his hand, he took out a round bone particle from the brocade pouch. This bone particle was sparkling and translucent. "Go tilde," Zi Ming lightly ordered. The bone particle flew into the black gas. With a wave of the bone staff in Zi Ming's hand, all the black gas surrounded the demon and fell into the bone particle like a whale swallowing water. The bone particle instantly turned black. Within the silky black gas, one could occasionally see a malevolent demon wandering within. "I'll give this to fellow Xiao." Zi Ming pointed his hand and the bone particle flew in front of Xiao Hua. Xiao Hua looked and shook his head. This Zi Yang must have been possessed by the demon. This involves the secrets of the Back Earth stronghold. It seems to be more useful to Ziyi, right? Who knew that Zi Ming actually laughed and said, "I already know what I want to know." "What I don't know. I also don't want to know. If fellow Xiao discovers something and feels that you can tell me, then it won't be too late to tell me. I'm afraid that if I listen to this demon's words, I'll treat everyone in the Back Earth stronghold as enemies. Rather than that, it's better not to investigate." "Good." Xiao Hua laughed. "Ziyi is indeed wise. Ari, there's no other reason." Zi Ming sighed, "I'm afraid of losing my family." Then, Zi Ming flew to the place where Zi Yang's corpse fell and collected it. He then took the brocade pouch and found the sole weapon that controlled the 9 divine guards. He gathered the 9 divine guards around him. As for the soul warriors that Zi Yang brought, they had already fled in panic. Zi Ming was too lazy to pay attention to them. On the other hand, Xiao Hua first looked around. With a glance, he saw the blood-stained ground, the brocade pouch, and the faint 3-legged bird's soul floating in the air. "Big brother wants this." Xiao Hua waved his hand and the brocade pouch fell into his hand. The 3-legged bird's soul was also stored into the space. "All right." Xiao Maro looked at Xiao Hua with a smile. Being able to help Xiao Hua and save him, Xiao Maro finally had some confidence in his heart. Fairy Hong Xia and Li Zongbao kept their magical treasures and flew over as well. They looked at Xiao Maro and Hanba curiously. They were curious about Xiao Mao's situation. Xiao Maro looked at everyone's gazes and could only explain the ins and outs of the matter. In fact, It was more or less the same as Xiao Hua and the others' guesses. This hydorigami was the bloodline of great god Shibai. Due to the drought, it had inherited some of great god Shibai's divine abilities. However, it was born with red hair. In order to return to the appearance of an ordinary person, it still needed the pure bloodline of great god Shibai. And Xiao Maro was precisely what Hanba coveted. How could he not kidnap Xiao Maro when he saw him? However, although the drought demon was a ferocious creature, it still respected the bloodline of the great god, Shibai. In particular, Xiao Mao's bloodline was exceptionally pure. It was extremely useful to Hanba. After Hanba used its innate divine ability to absorb Xiao Mao's blood essence, not only did its red hair disappear, even its speech and actions had undergone a fundamental change. This made Hanba view Xiao Maro as a celestial being. Furthermore, after dozens of days of simple guidance, Xiao Maro had already gained a rough understanding of the power of bloodline. He was able to use his own bloodline to execute the blood soul explosion technique. This made Hanba admire him even more. Xiao Maro naturally knew that his disappearance would cause Xiao Hua to search for him. The moment Hydorigami achieved some success in refining the blood essence, he urged Hydorigami to bring him out to search for Xiao Hua and the others. Coincidentally, the direction that Ziming escaped in was exactly where Hydorigami was hiding. Just as Xiao Hua was being restrained by the Soul Warrior using a mysterious black aura, Fairy Hongxia and the others were being trapped by the 9 divine guards. Xiao Maro brought Hydorigami out in the nick of time and reversed the situation in one fell swoop. After Xiao Maro finished his simple explanation, everyone felt relief. In this mysterious Million Meng Mountains, even Xiao Hua himself would find it difficult to protect himself. Now, Hanba had appeared beside Xiao Maro. This was a ferocious creature that even the 9 divine guards were afraid of. The Soul Warrior who easily defeated Xiao Hua was killed by Hanba's claw. This was even more powerful than a nascent soul cultivator. However, Xiao Maro smiled bitterly and said, "It's a pity that Hanba has just refined some of my blood essence. It can't stay outside for too long. When it completely refines the blood essence and comes out from underground, there won't be such a big commotion. After all, it's inconvenient for it to follow us." Xiao Hua and the rest nodded slightly. What Xiao Maro said was extremely correct. Although the dried-up aura of the drought demon had been restrained a lot when it came out, this kind of aura still had an effect on the weather and the grains. If it could be retracted freely, that would be great. But, Big Brother, you don't have to worry. Hanba's flying speed is very fast. Although the Million Meng Mountains are big, if Little Brother is in danger, it can still rush over. Xiao Maro continued to explain, moreover, according to Hydorigami, it should be able to travel underground and follow us from afar. Good. Xiao Hua clapped his hands and looked at the unusually hot weather. He said, "Then let it go and cultivate. When it succeeds, I'll come and help you." "Yes." Xiao Maro nodded and gave a few orders. Hanba responded with a stutter and jumped into the yellow sand, disappearing in the blink of an eye. "Big Brother, where are we going now?" Xiao Maro looked at Ziming and asked, "Who is this lady?" "Greetings, Mr. Xiao Maro." Ziming already knew Xiao Mao's identity. He knew that in the future, he might be the nobleman of Shebi village, or even the elder Wu. Therefore, he quickly came over and greeted him. Xiao Hua hurriedly introduced them to each other and roughly explained the situation of the two people. Xiao Maro also came to a realization and greeted Ziming again. The two of them already understood the importance of each other. One was Xiao Hua's little brother, the other was Xiao Hua's best friend, so the two of them weren't too distant. "Xiao Mao, Zi Yi." Xiao Hua looked at both of them and said solemnly, "One of you might be the elder Wu of Shebi village, and the other might be G-Man of Hutu village. Both of you are people with great power. How you govern your people, I don't care. Even if you attack Huan country, Shi country, Meng country, or Shi country for the benefit of your 2 villages, and for the benefit of millions of Meng Mountains natives, I don't care. After all, in the future, you won't be alone. You will represent all kinds of benefits. If you don't do it, the tens of thousands of people under your command won't agree, but I hope that before you succeed, You must work together and trust each other. After you succeed, you must prioritize the livelihood of the people under the heavens. Don't do too many things that go against the harmony of the heavens. Hihi, fellow Daoist Xiao is indeed a Daoist. Ziming said with a smile, my Hutu village and Shebi village have always been on good terms. We even have good relations with the other shaman villages in Meng Mountains. Although there would usually be some conflicts between them, it would never escalate to the point where they would fight each other. As for Huan country, Meng country, Shi country, and Lian country, to be honest, we soul warriors don't care about them. The conflict between Shuiyu Mountain and the sword cultivators was previously due to the greed of the elder Wu of some shaman villages for the sword cultivators' swords. Now, it's because of the astronomical phenomenon. If Daoist Xiao can solve the problem of the millet seed, all of these won't be a problem. Miss Ziming's words are the thoughts of millions of Meng Mountains natives. Xiao Maro said with a smile, it's not like Big Brother doesn't know what kind of person I am. Other than hating some cultivators to the bone, I still have a lot of feelings for the 3 countries of cultivation. It's unlikely that I will lead soul warriors to attack the 3 countries' territories, right? Hihi, people in Jianghu have no choice. Xiao Hua smiled faintly and said softly, there's no need to make any promises, just accept the kindness in your heart. Jianghu? Ziming was slightly stunned. Xiao Maro asked curiously, Big Brother, why do you call Miss Ming Ziyi? Sigh, it's a long story. Ziming looked at Xiao Maro and then looked into the distance and sighed, fellow Daoist Xiao, can we go to Hutu village now? What I have promised you, and what I have to do, cannot be delayed any longer. As for Xiao Mao's matter, it will probably take at least half a year, there won't be any results. Hutu village? Xiao Maro thought for a moment and nodded slightly. He looked at Xiao Hua and said, I can also go and pay a visit to the seniors of Hutu village. Maybe I can gain something. Let's go. Xiao Hua waved his hand and smiled, Senior Brother Li, I'll have to trouble you. No problem. Although Li Zongbao's face was calm, ripples were forming in his heart. As his state of mind left the treasured mirror of separation, a touch of red flashed in his eyes. Xiao Hua was facing Li Zongbao and saw it immediately. He hurriedly transmitted his voice, Senior Brother, when you used the immortal slaughtering whip just now, how did it feel? No problem. Li Zongbao still replied indifferently. Xiao Hua was a little apologetic and said, previously in the soul refining cave, Master Qin Qin already told me that there were some problems with Senior Brother's immortal slaughtering whip. It's all because Junior Brother just learned the refining method and wanted to show off a little. I originally wanted to give Senior Brother a defensive weapon, but I overreached myself and caused Senior Brother such a big trouble. Now that Junior Brother has a way to remedy it, Senior Brother shouldn't use the immortal slaughtering whip before I can remedy it. Although Li Zongbao wasn't too clear about the consequences of this matter, how could he not know when he was deeply hurt? However, he still replied, no problem, it's better to be alive than to die. You can slowly think of a way. Oh, do you want to take the immortal slaughtering whip first? That's not necessary. Xiao Hua only thought that this spiritual weapon needed to be nourished, especially since Li Zongbao's cultivation was only at the foundation establishment stage. Once he cultivated to the nascent soul stage and spent enough time with the immortal slaughtering whip, the power of the spiritual weapon would definitely be greater. Okay. Li Zongbao didn't waste any more time. He clapped his hand and took out the flowing cloud flying boat. As before, he activated it and took everyone into the sky, flying towards the northwest. -11. Chapter 2880. The flying boat had only flown for the time it took to brew a cup of tea, and Ziming had already finished dealing with his matters. He straightened his clothes, walked in front of Xiao Hua, and bowed. Fellow Daoist Xiao, I concealed my identity from fellow Daoist, please forgive me. Xiao Hua wanted to comprehend the things left by Master Qin Qin, but he couldn't open the brocade pouch. He knew that Ziming must have the soul awareness technique, so he waited for her to speak. Now that Ziming was serious about this matter, he hurriedly got up and helped Ziming up. Ziyi, You and I are two people in the same world. We're like birds of a feather and we're close friends. You didn't ask me where I'm from and I don't want to know your background. It doesn't matter if you're a man or a woman. I only know that you're the Ziyi who walked in the snow with me in Sky Patrol City." When Fairy Hong Xia heard these words, her lips curled into a faint smile. Good. I like fellow Daoist's magnanimity and sincerity. Joy appeared on Ziming's face as he said with a smile, "I was originally prepared to return to the Hutu village this time. From then on, I would no longer need the identity of Zai. However, since there is Daoist Master Xiao in this world, why can't there be Zai in this world? Ziyi will only appear in front of Master Xiao in the future." Good tilde Xiao Hua nodded. Nothingness will always be nothingness. There will always be a time when it will be exposed. It is better to let the truth return to the truth and let the falsehood go with the wind. Alas, although I know it is false, I still care about it. As Ziming spoke, he clapped his hands and took out the repaired soul-losing lamp. What I told fellow cultivator Xiao and the others in front of Master Qin Qin is the truth. This lowly one doesn't dare to hide anything from everyone. It's just that these things happened decades ago. Then, Ziming looked up into the distance. In front of the northwest, the sky was blue and white clouds were faintly discernible. It was as if the worry in her heart could not be dispelled. This concubine remembers it very clearly. Ever since we obtained the soulful lamp and discovered that it was damaged, this concubine and Zai tried our best to find a way to light it up. At that time, the two of us were extremely naive. We thought that the reason the soulful lamp was damaged for thousands of years without anyone noticing was because it could be lit up. As long as we lit up the lamp, there would be no fight for the heir of the Hutu stockade. And Ziyi did as I said. He swore that he would not compete with me for the position of G-Man. Unfortunately, the soul-losing lamp is the inherited soul treasure of the Hutu stockade. We racked our brains. Not only did we read the Magus code of the Hutu stockade, but we also read all the Magus code of our people. We used all kinds of soul techniques, but we still couldn't light up the lamp. Later, we had no other choice but to visit Master Qin Qin Qin. Of course, the first time, Master, we returned. But on the way back, Ziyi got a broken Magus code by chance. It was the Magus code of an ancient Magus stockade that had fallen. Ziyi read it and found that there was a secret method to light up the soul-losing lamp with souls. Ziyi was overjoyed. He immediately gave the code to me. I was also overjoyed. I thought that the great Hutu stockade had opened his eyes and saw our hardships, so he gave us the method. So, before we returned to the Hutu stockade, I started to cultivate it. That mystic art is very difficult to understand, and it is also very strange. Although I have been comprehending and cultivating it all the way, it took me another 2 years to master it after I returned to the shaman village. So, I called Ziyi. The two of us stayed in the ancestral hall and tried to light up the soul-losing lamp. I remember clearly that it was a night of 1.5 months. The ancestral hall was very quiet, and only the faint moonlight covered the ground. Just as this concubine's heart was filled with apprehension and confidence, she used a secret technique to light up the soul-falling lamp with her soul flame. However, the soul-falling lamp suddenly changed. The lamp's flame flickered and then went out. Seeing the soul-losing lamp go out, my heart turned cold. The soul-losing lamp lights the soul. When the lamp goes out, the soul will fall to the ground. I didn't use the soul-losing lamp to kill other people's souls. So, what the soul-losing lamp fell to was naturally my own soul. But right at that moment, Zai suddenly waved his bone staff, and in that critical moment, he used the peach zombie replacement technique to place his soul in front of mine. His soul was extinguished by the soul-falling lamp, and I managed to escape with my life. Later, I found out that the peach zombie replacement technique was also a secret method in the Magus code. However, I didn't pay much attention to it. Ziyi, on the other hand, had been paying attention to it. He had been cultivating it when I was learning it. No wonder he disappeared when I returned to the Hutu stockade to learn the secret method. I was careless. I didn't expect Ziyi to care so much about me. Although it was decades ago, Ziming still had tears in her eyes when she talked about it. Everything seemed to have happened just yesterday. Sigh. Xiao Hua heard this and couldn't help but sigh in his heart. He knew that the brother and sister were twins. Their hearts were connected. The brother gave up his life for the sister, and the sister was willing to use her life to redeem her brother's life. It happened too suddenly. I didn't have time to react. Ziyi's soul had already fallen into the soul-losing lamp. I could still see a smile and a hint of encouragement on Ziyi's face when he fell. After feeling sad for a while, Ziming continued, "Then, I performed the secret method again, wanting to light up the soul-losing lamp. But, at that moment, a thunderclap came from the sky. A sacred beast that hadn't appeared for hundreds of thousands of years landed near the ancestral shrine of the Hutu stockade. It disrupted my plan." Sacred beast. This was the second time Xiao Hua heard Ziming mention a sacred beast. However, he wasn't interested in the sacred beast of the Hutu stockade. He only raised his eyebrows and listened patiently. The sacred beast's descent caused too much of a commotion. G-Man and Elder Wu were both alarmed. Almost all the elders of the stockade gathered in the ancestral shrine. Ziming's eyes flashed with a strange light. The matter between me and Ziyi was originally impossible to keep a secret. However, coincidentally, the sacred beast's body was unwell. Moreover, I was the first to see the sacred beast. So, I used Ziyi's name to take care of the sacred beast. Moreover, I used the sacred beast's name to hide the fact that Ziyi had returned to the Hutu great god's embrace. Then, I disguised myself as two people. When Ziming appeared, Ziyi stayed in the ancestral shrine. When Ziyi appeared, Ziming stayed in the ancestral shrine. Fortunately, the sacred beast borrowed the power of the Hutu great god's bloodline and allowed me to understand its meaning. I gave out orders for it, and no one noticed anything unusual. Of course, as time passed, G-Man seemed to have noticed something. However, she only probed with her words and didn't ask much. She was probably afraid that if Ziyi went, the descendants of the Hutu stockade would have a grudge against each other. However, she was wrong. Ziyang was taken advantage of by a demon and his soul was invaded. Alas, the blood-refining technique of the demon is quite similar to the bloodline power of our Meng Mountains. Even the ghost-controlling technique is similar. If it wasn't for today's situation, it would be really hard to find out. Ziming sighed. It seems that our Meng Mountains is no longer a paradise. Hearing this, Xiao Hua clapped his hand and took out the bone from the space. He handed it to Ziming without hesitation and said, "Ziyi, I wanted to get some information from this demon's soul. But now, it seems that your Hutu stockade and your million Meng Mountains are more urgent. I'll leave this to you." "Hehe, there's no need for that." Ziming waved his hand and said, "Not to mention the demon, even swordsmen and cultivators have their eyes on our Meng Mountains shaman stockade. However, after so many years, the descendants of the 12 great gods of Meng Mountains are still standing. How can those petty tricks succeed? Fellow Daoist Xiao, you have a use for this item. You should take it." If it was any other time, Xiao Hua would take it. But now, he smiled and said, "Ziyi, although you're afraid of getting information you don't want to know from this demon's mouth. But don't you think you're running away? Everything already exists and has already happened. If you don't face it, how can you succeed? Just like how you want to help Ziyi come back to life, although this road is long and endless, you're still looking for it. This kind of determination to face it head-on really makes me admire you. Don't you think that if you can do such a difficult thing, why do you not dare to do these things in front of you?" Ziming heard Xiao Hua call him Ziyi and thought in his heart. He nodded slightly and reached out his hand to take the bone. He forced a smile and said, "I know. I will definitely return my Meng Mountains a clear and bright Hutu village." Then, he cupped his hands towards Xiao Maro and said, "If there's anyone who needs young Master Xiao's help, please don't hesitate to help." "Well said." Xiao Maro returned the greeting. "Helping Miss is helping myself." Xiao Maro is very clear about this. Seeing Ziming take the bone, Xiao Hua was relieved. He smiled and said, "Ziyi, I heard that the soul sense of your million Meng Mountains soul cultivator is very good. Can you let me see how you temper it? Soul sense. Ziming was stunned. That's what I can temper after cultivating for 9 days. Fellow Daoist Xiao, is it useful? He tilde Xiao Hua laughed with deep meaning. I'm curious about everything. If there's nothing special about this tempering method, can you let me take a look? Naturally, there's nothing to hide. Ziming reached out and took out a white bone-like item from the brocade bag. He said with some confusion, "This is the bone used in my Meng Mountains records. But, it seems like this item can only be inspected with soul sense. Hihi, then I'll have to trouble you, Ziyi." Xiao Hua blinked his eyes. All right. Ziming understood Xiao Hua's meaning. He spent several days to write down the tempering method on a jade slip and gave it to Xiao Hua. While he was at it, Ziming also gave Xiao Hua some records of other soul techniques. He even gave the bone that recorded the million Meng Mountains characters to Xiao Hua. Of course, these soul techniques were all extremely simple. Ziming didn't dare to overstep Grand Shaman's authority on high-level soul techniques. -11. Chapter 2881. When Xiao Hua was satisfied and went to look at the method of tempering his soul, Li Zongbao probed from the side, "Miss Ziming, I have a question I want to ask." "Please ask, young Master Li." Ziming replied politely. "Is Zai's body also intact? Otherwise, even if you can use the soul falling lamp to revive Zai." Li Zongbao's tone was conflicted. Clearly, he already had a knot in his heart. Because of his own cowardice, he didn't tell the Cai family of Luyang about Cai Zhuoxia's corpse, which should have long turned into white bones. "Young Master Li is right." Ziming nodded slightly. "My Meng Mountain specializes in soul techniques, so I'm not unfamiliar with this. When the sacred beast came to the world, I had already made preparations. I'm confident that Zai's corpse won't change even after 1,000 years. Li Zongbao's heart was filled with mixed feelings. His faint regret was self-evident. Even Fairy Hong Xia felt somewhat miserable. After all, the Cai family of Luyang was just a small cultivator family. They probably didn't have the ability to protect Cai Zhuoxia's corpse. The road to Hutu stronghold was actually very long. It was so long that it exceeded Xiao Hua's expectations. The flowing cloud airship flew for dozens of days. During this time, Xiao Hua naturally tempered his soul tempering. He also knew that the brocade pouch on the waist of a soul warrior was called a soul nest. It was used to store things and soul beasts. It was more useful than a cultivator's storage pouch, or rather, it was a combination of a storage pouch and a spirit storage pouch. Dozens of days wasn't long, but it wasn't short either. Although Xiao Hua's soul tempering was still very weak, opening the soul nest was no problem. When he saw the things Master Qin left in the soul nest, he felt even more emotional. This was the legacy of a master refiner, a legacy that could be passed down. Inside, besides bones, soul tools, and so on, there were also some materials for refining. These materials were all strange, causing Xiao Hua to be confused. What surprised Xiao Hua the most was that there were many jade slips, sword slips, and other items in the soul nest. They must have been collected by Master Qin over many years. When Xiao Hua picked up the topmost jade slip and looked at it casually, he couldn't help but be stunned. This jade slip was actually written for him. "Daoist Master Xiao, if you see this jade slip, then, this old man must have already faced the tribulation." Xiao Hua only glanced at it, but he couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. He thought to himself, sure enough, Master Qin already knows that she's going to die. Then, Xiao Hua impatiently looked down. "Although I don't know when you'll see this jade slip, but I think you've already left Meng Mountains." Meng Mountains was the place where the old were born and raised, but at the same time, it was also the place where the old were buried. "She is the home of a soul warrior like me. It is indeed not a place where cultivators and swordsmen like you can enter." Reverend Xiao's arrival in Meng Mountains was arranged by Hutu, the great divinity. She arranged for Reverend Xiao to save the billions of people in Meng Mountains, and also to ensure that my legacy can be passed on better. This jade slip was written after I parted ways with the Deity. I walked for half a night in the valley, sighing as I looked at the moon and recalled the past hundreds of years of my life. Throughout my life, I've always been thinking for others, but rarely for myself. As long as I could make friends with people, regardless of whether they were soul warriors, swordsmen, or cultivators, I would treat them all equally, never discriminating against them. But why did the great divinity treat me so cruelly? After thinking for half a night, I suddenly realized that unless a person's divine ability reached great success, his spiritual source could reach the heavens, and his soul could become a god, he would eventually return to the embrace of the great divinity. The great divinity, cared for me so much that she sent Reverend Xiao from tens of thousands of miles away to the soul-refining cave to remind me and enlighten me. What else can I complain about? I've devoted my life to the art of artifact crafting, and my heart is for the people of Meng Mountains. My life's work is to be passed on. However, since none of my disciples survived, Daoist Master Xiao must be the only one who passed on this useless legacy of mine to others. Therefore, I've entrusted everything to Reverend Xiao, hoping that Reverend Xiao can find one person in this world. I don't need to say much about this person's potential, but I have one request, which is to treat people with kindness, even if they are soul beasts and spirit bird. Besides, my master is from Meng Mountains. Although I can pass on my legacy to Meng Mountains, my bones. Sigh, I've said too much again. How could Reverend Xiao bring my bones with him? How about this? I've left a keepsake, which was given to me by my master. That place is in Meng Mountains, and I can't go back in this life. If Reverend Xiao wants to pass on your legacy to someone else, then let that person bring my keepsake to my master. Sigh. I've always been thinking, where should I go? But now that I know, my heart is in a mess. Even if I don't understand the meaning of the great divinity, could she be giving me some pointers? Sigh. Anyway, I'll leave my words here. At this point, the jade slip stopped abruptly, as if Master Enchantment's heart was in a mess and she couldn't write any more word. Strange. Xiao Hua withdrew his divine sense and frowned. He really couldn't understand why he had become Master Enchantment's disciple. But when he thought about Master Enchantment, Qing Ming, and the others, weren't they all recorded in the jade slip? None of them survived. But, how could Master Enchantment know something that even he didn't know? Moreover, Master Enchantment's jade slip didn't mention how she knew it, and how he told her. From the jade slip, it seemed that Master Enchantment was struggling. She didn't want to give up, and the soul nest was just one of her solutions. Presumably, the reason why she ordered her disciples to pack up the things on the reception platform was also her last resistance before she died, right? Unfortunately, the ending was just like what the jade slip said. None of them could escape from Master Enchantment's premonition. Zi Yang is too insidious. Xiao Hua thought coldly. He ordered the 9 divine guards to attack Master Enchantment in order to kill Zi Yi and take away the soul-falling lamp. Who would have thought that we would leave in advance, and they wouldn't be able to catch up with us? When they turned around and caught up with us, we had to change our direction, and that was why we had to urgently surround them. Fortunately, Xiao Maro and Hanba appeared in time, and killed them. Worshipping the night. Perhaps the death of a benevolent person like Master Enchantment made Hutu God shed tears. Xiao Hua sighed, put the jade slip and soul nest into his space, and stood up from the flowing cloud-flying boat. At this moment, Zi Ming and Xiao Maro were together. Both of them were heirs of the Wu village and had to face enemies. It was necessary for them to discuss some things. Fairy Hong Xia had been worried about Xiao Hua. When she saw Xiao Hua stand up, she walked over from Li Zongbao's side and said softly, "Xiao Hua, Hong Xia." Xiao Hua rarely called Fairy Hong Xia by her name. At this moment, with a smile in his eyes, he reached out and held her hand. "Has your divine sense recovered?" Fairy Hong Xia enjoyed the warmth of Xiao Hua's hand. That kind of warmth was a kind of mental support. "It's still early." Xiao Hua shook his head slightly, but with the soul consciousness tempering technique, it will be of some help. Xiao Hua's words had a double meaning. Fairy Hong Xia smiled. It was rare for Xiao Hua to tell her the secret of the soul technique he knew. Then, Xiao Hua raised his eyes and looked outside the flying boat. The vast land was yellow and not the usual lush green and vitality. However, Xiao Hua pointed his finger and said, although the millions of Meng mountains are dry, compared to the situation of Meng Kingdom, it is worse. But now, Meng Kingdom has gradually overcome the crisis and is gradually recovering. Perhaps in 100 years, 1,000 years, or even 10,000 years, sooner or later, they will return to us a vigorous cultivation country. As for this place, as long as it exists, there is hope. As long as there is hope, there is a direction to work hard. How can a soul warrior who abandoned millions of Meng mountains become a soul warrior? The soul warriors who merged with Huan Kingdom and the cultivation country have already abandoned their roots. Although there is hope for survival, this hope has already deviated and is no longer the hope of a soul warrior. Yes, what Xiao Hua said is very true. Fairy Hong Xia nodded. As long as a person is alive, there is hope. No matter what difficulties, no matter what dangers, we cannot give up on this final defense. We cannot give up on the life that gives birth to hope. Yes, even Master Qin Qin, at the last moment, still wanted to struggle. Xiao Hua said with emotion. Unexpectedly, the corner of Fairy Hong Xia's mouth raised slightly and she transmitted her voice. Master Qin Qin's reputation is very good. There must be a lot of good things in his valley. You searched it once. Don't tell me you didn't find anything. Besides, that Ziming didn't find any storage bags from Master Qin Qin's corpse. Don't tell me you don't know anything. Sigh, nothing knows a husband better than a wife. Xiao Hua smiled bitterly. Fairy Hong Xia's favorable impression of Master Qin Qin was obviously much worse than Xiao Hua's. She didn't seem to understand Master Qin Qin's realm at all. However, this couldn't be blamed on her. When Xiao Hua first met Master Qin Qin, he didn't have a good expression on his face and even spoke some strange words. If not for Master Qin Qin's request, if not for knowing some secrets, how could Xiao Hua be convinced by Master Qin Qin? Hey, nothing to say now, right? Fairy Hong Xia smiled. That friend of yours, Zai, is quite assured of you and didn't ask a single question. Really, you should keep the goodies within the family. Tilda Xiao Hua could only smile bitterly. You should never guess the heart of a female cultivator. By the way, my wife, why did that demon say you're the descendant of Divine Mother Peacock? What's going on? Xiao Hua frowned and suddenly asked. Tilda Fairy Hong Xia snorted through her nose. How would I know that? I'm just a descendant of a branch of the Cai clan. I came to the ancestral shrine of millions of Meng mountains with the help of my master. How would I know about this so-called descendant of Divine Mother Peacock? -11. Chapter 2882. But you are now the successor of the Phoenix token, the successor of the ancient Phoenix. Xiao Hua saw that he had successfully changed the topic, so he said earnestly, you have to know. Think about it, isn't it strange that your Cai clan's ancestral temple is in the millions of Meng mountains? Sigh, there must be a path in front of the mountain. Fairy Hong Xia sighed, there are too many secrets in this world, I don't want to know too much. To be able to protect my husband and accompany my husband to roam the Xiaoyu continent is enough for me to live a happy life. Xiao Hua smiled, his heart was filled with sweetness. This small wish, he would be able to satisfy Fairy Hong Xia. Husband. Fairy Hong Xia's head tilted in front of Xiao Hua's chest. Although her figure was slender, standing beside Xiao Hua, she could only touch his chest. What's wrong? Xiao Hua replied in a low voice. Under the flying boat, there are hundreds of starving natives. Fairy Hong Xia hesitated for a moment, then said, along the way, I have seen at least 10,000 people. I saw that you were repairing your spiritual sense, so I did not dare to disturb you, but there are too many dead people. I have not seen cannibalism before, but I have also seen it. That seed of yours, is it useful? 10,000 people? Xiao Hua's heart trembled. Yes, 10,000 people, although these lives belonged to the natives and had nothing to do with Xiao Hua, but Xiao Hua could not help but feel heartache. As for Fairy Hongxia, she could ignore the death of Grandmaster Qin Qin, Qing Ming, and dozens of others. However, when she saw tens of thousands of people starving to death, Fairy Hongxia could not help but remind Xiao Hua of this. Senior brother Li, stop the flying boat. Xiao Hua ordered without hesitation. Poor Li Zongbao. He was a famous cultivator in the Sword Dao battle. He was also known as the #1 late Foundation establishment cultivator under the Golden Core stage. Now, he was only reduced to being in charge of the flowing cloud flying ship. Moreover, after hearing Xiao Hua's orders, Li Zongbao naturally stopped. The flying ship slowly descended and stopped on a gentle slope. Big brother. Xiao Maro left Ziming and ran over. Is there anything strange? No. Xiao Hua jumped down from the flying boat and jumped in front of the few starving natives. Using his weak soul sense, Xiao Hua already understood that these natives were really starving to death. They were not like Kie Chiu who fainted from hunger. These natives, are they the people of Hutu village or the people of Shibai village? Xiao Hua asked in a deep voice. Look here. Ziming pointed at the Aborigines' chest and said, if you have the soul pattern of great god Shibai or the sacred beast of Shibai village, then you are a citizen of Shibai village. Ziming was pointing at two curved green snakes with frightening mouths and long tongues. Needless to say, they were the two snakes on god Shibai's ears. They should be the people of Shibai village. Xiao Maro bit his lips and said, Sai, I've been watching for dozens of days. What do you think? Xiao Hua ignored Xiao Mao's explanation. However, Xiao Maro smiled bitterly. Big brother, what can I do? Although I have just grasped the power of the bloodline, I am still very far away from mastering it. Even Hanba is still far away from being able to control the weather. At this point, Xiao Mao's eyes suddenly lit up and he said happily, could it be? Big brother still has a lot of millet seeds. Sigh, naturally not a lot. Xiao Hua sighed. However, if I see these natives starve to death one by one, I can't bear it. If you don't have a lot of millet seeds, then you can only bear the pain. Ziming said from the side, in order to save more people, the millet seeds must not be wasted. During this period of time, Xiao Hua had been harvesting the millet seeds in his space. His primordial spirit was already very nimble and was no different from an ordinary person. However, because he had been working all along, Xiao Hua did not try to use his primordial spirit to cast any spells. Since he already had enough millet seeds, Xiao Hua decided to use them to solve his urgent need. Let's do some things along the way. Xiao Hua took out a storage pouch and said, Big brother has a plan in mind and will keep some. All right. Xiao Maro took it and looked at Ziming. Miss Ziming, let's go together. Together? Ziming did not understand. Hehe, there is no need to deliberately sow seeds. Xiao Hua believed in the survival ability of these millet seeds. He chuckled and threw 100 millet seeds on the dry land. Fellow Daoist Xiao, isn't it too wasteful? Ziming looked at the millet seeds with some heartache. Sigh, we can only do this. Xiao Hua sighed. Even if someone comes and picks up these millet seeds, they can still live. All right, I understand. Ziming understood Xiao Hua's painstaking efforts. However, Xiao Maro was a bit hesitant. Such actions, I'm afraid no one will know that it is Daoist Xiao's doing. Haha, the heavens are watching what people do. Xiao Hua laughed loudly. Human life is the most important. In this situation, this Xiao still thinks of false reputation. How would I dare to call myself Daoist Xiao? Hehe, Xiao Mao, Ziming, I'm afraid it is not suitable for you to say that these millet seeds were obtained from Daoist Xiao. Fairy Hongxia said with a light laugh. That's right. Ziming nodded. If the people of Hutu stronghold know that these are the millet seeds of a cultivator, I'm afraid there will be great waves. But the people of Bailu stronghold probably already know by now, right? Xiao Mao immediately understood. Bailu stronghold's elder Wu won't be so rash. Ziming smiled. Young Master Xiao, please rest assured. At this moment, Xiao Hua also understood. Even if he sent these millet seeds to Hutu Stronghold and Shi by Stronghold's Elder Wu and G-Man, they would probably have to consider it. The impact of this would be too far-reaching. Using a cultivator's millet seeds to save the people of the 12 great gods, this plan would definitely become one of the countless secrets in Meng Mountains. People always think too much and think too much for themselves. Xiao Hua was helpless. He didn't want to be the Fortune Gate's gatemaster because of this reason. A person's heart was big enough to accommodate the world. Instead of scheming against others, it was better to take a step back and wander freely in the sky. I can only wrong Big Brother. Xiao Maro smiled bitterly. What's wrong with me? Xiao Hua rubbed his nose and said, both of them were picked up. This merit was also given to me by Hutu Great God and Shi by Great God, so why can't I give it to them? Actually, Big Brother can also help. Xiao Maro said with a smile, those talismans that can make rain are excellent. They even have the ability to restrain the power of this little brother's bloodline. Big Brother can refine more of them and make the people of Meng Mountains see you as a god. Ayo, not bad. Xiao Hua slapped his forehead and suddenly understood. During this period of time, he had been thinking about tempering his soul sense, Li Zongbao's injuries, and his own divine sense. He had forgotten his original intention when he first met Grandmaster Qin Qin. Using soul power to enunciate the Green Seal characters, that was the true art of moving clouds and summoning rain. But that's using life essence, which is the life essence of the body and the lifespan as the price. Xiao Hua was a little hesitant. Thinking of this, Xiao Hua raised his head and asked, Zai, I remember giving you 4 rejuvenation pills that day. Do you still have any on you? Yes. Zai did not hesitate to clap his hands and took out a jade box. I gave one to Elder Wu, one for myself, and one for Grandmaster Qin Qin. I still have one left. Oh. Is this for G-Man? Xiao Hua was a little surprised, if it's related to Zai's future. At this point, Fairy Hong Xia touched Xiao Hua with her hand, as if to remind Xiao Hua of something. Seeing this, Ziming said generously, if G-Man takes the rejuvenation pill, how can I covet G-Man's position? This one is for Zai. Xiao Hua immediately understood, but he was a little confused and asked, Zai, G-Man isn't your, haha, this G-Man is not the G-Man from before. At this point, Ziming didn't explain any further. Oh, so it's like that. Xiao Hua immediately understood why Hutu Stronghold had a fight for the air. However, at this point, everyone's eyes flashed with a kind of understanding, and Fairy Hong Xia almost shouted, Sister. That Grandmaster Qin Qin's rejuvenation pill, that's right. Ziming's eyes flashed with resentment. Grandmaster Qin Qin must have been harmed by Zi Yang. This concubine presented the rejuvenation pill in front of Elder Wu and G-Man, stating that there was only one of it and that G-Man could not obtain it. Naturally, she would have some complaints. Although she did not say anything on the surface and even praised this concubine does not know what she ordered Zi Yang to do. Grandmaster Qin Qin's rejuvenation pill must have been sent back to Hutu Stronghold immediately after Zi Yang obtained it. Forget it. Xiao Hua heard this and waved his hand. This item is Zai's, you can keep it for now. If I need it before refining it, I will borrow it first, otherwise I will not ask for it again. Okay. Ziming and Xiao Hua did not hesitate, and with a flip of their hands, they kept the rejuvenation pill in their soul nest. Next, the flying boat rose into the sky again, but the flying speed was slowed down. In addition to Li Zongbao driving the flying boat, Xiao Maro, Ziming, and Fairy Hong Xia all released their spirit sense, and whenever they saw natives or shaman strongholds, the 3 of them would send out the seed. Naturally, if it was the people of Shi by stronghold, Xiao Maro would appear, and if it was the people of Hutu stronghold, Ziming would appear. As for Xiao Hua, he just sat cross-legged in a corner of the flying boat, and released his spirit sense, looking for soul power in Grandmaster Qin Qin's soul nest. In the space, the human-shaped primordial spirit had stopped farming, and began to sit cross-legged like Xiao Hua outside the space, and began to try to cast spells. Naturally, the primordial spirit's first attempt was the fireball spell that Xiao Hua was most familiar with. Xiao Hua did not dare to let the primordial spirit cause trouble near the spiritual herbs and seeds, so he threw it far away in a barren place in the space, and let it cause trouble. 11. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.